เ Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Wat is dat?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ah, gas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died. Awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Gonna leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Oh, good morning, my sunshine. I hope you slept well.
I did.
Here's your Red Bull that you have every morning.
Oh,
and of
thank
course,
you.
the 2023 Winter Group Stage continues today. G2 versus BDS.
Oh, I love G2
High
versus
five.
BDS. I can't wait. Okay, yay. Woo! G2 versus BDS. Here we go, baby. It's looking good in the beginning. I like this. Oh, it's looking good for the boys. That's not looking that good. That's not good. Could be better. It's fine though. They can come back from that. It's just one off pick. It's fine. Oh, come on. Don't throw it like this. Don't throw it like this. I beg. Come on. No!
Good morning, sunshine. I'm so happy to see you. I hope you slept well. Here is your Red Bull. Of course, the 2023 Summer Group Stage continues today with G2 versus BDS. Yes, I know you're watching BDS, so enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, I can't wait to watch BDS. Hey, I love BDS. Okay, let's get going. Oh no, Mickey, why are you so good? Come on, it's just an off thing though, right? Like it's just one bad team fight. It is just one bad team fight. It's fine. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Come on. Come back time. Come on! Ah, come on!
Good morning, my sunshine. I'm so happy to see you. Here's your Red Bull. Did you get your full 8 hours?
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean,
Well, it's time for the 2023 season finals. G2
wow,
versus
good
BDS.
Wow, yeah. I mean, surely
High
BDS
five.
gets this win, right? Like they win this time, right? Surely. Okay. Remember, yes, there you are. Start. God damn it. Let me see what we got. Let it be good this time. Come on. It's already looking so bad. Come on. They can win it this time, right? It's looking worse and worse. Why is it looking worse every goddamn time? Just get one win against G2. Surely it can happen. No. Come on. No.
Good morning, my little one. Did you have a good sleep?
No.
I certainly hope so. It's a 2024 Winter Playoffs.
Who's playing?
G2 and BDS.
G2 BDS. No. Oh, phew. It was just a nightmare. Good. No!
Good morning!
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy to see you. I hope you slept well. Here is your Red Bull. It's, of course, the 2024 Spring Playoffs.
Yeah, and who's playing G2
G2 and
BDS?
BDS.
Yeah, I knew it! God damn it! No!
to the finals of the upper bracket here in the LEC Spring Playoffs. Here's BDS. Don't be disappointed. We didn't get their arrival footage today, their special arrival footage. But I've heard it does exist. But maybe it's kind of to counter jinx it because they always lose these matches versus G2. So they're like, let's change it up. And here is G2, of course, coming in completely head to toe in Ralph Lauren, of course. And we'll see what they are able to cook up today. We're giving GB some time to recover. Actually, I'm still out of breath. So I'm just gonna welcome these two to the show, Broxa and also Aragon. Welcome.
Can't wait to talk about G2
versus BDS. Yeah, for sure. Before we do that, though, let's talk a little bit about the bracket and what happened yesterday. Aragon, what did you think about, well, first off, TH and MDK getting eliminated, meaning they won't have a chance to go to MSI, but on the other side, Fnatic and Vitality still with a chance to.
Yeah, breaking the repeat of the MDK run. I think it was particularly interesting. The matchup I liked watching the most, at the very least, was the Vitality one. I think that was a super banger. I had the pleasure of watching it from home, so just a real interesting one all around.
I'd love to know them because we were watching here and we thought it was a banger, but we were also a little puzzled about the level of play, right? Maybe you have a different perspective because you're watching from home?
Look, I think they bring a very unique style of League of Legends when it comes to Vitality, and I think simultaneously, on top of being entertaining, they've also gotten better at being entertaining and playing well. So I'm a big fan. I have to say it's my favorite team to watch.
I see. I mean, you can only play to the level that your opponents... No, that's not true. You can actually play better than your opponents.
Well, I think it's going to be a cool matchup we got tomorrow, because Fnatic also played a really chaotic series versus Heretic, so no one who wins tomorrow, that's going to be a lot of fighting for sure.
And what did your gut tell you in terms of what you saw out of Vitality and Fnatic, and not just kind of facing each other, but thinking bigger, maybe then facing BDS or G2, whoever loses today, and making a run to the finals? Who has the best cards?
How bold do you want me to be right now?
Very bold.
I'm going to go with Vitality G2 Finals.
Ooh, okay. What makes you say that?
I think Vitality have been in a complete upswing, and the way they play early games can be extremely dynamic. I really like how they play, and I think they've shown more than the other teams.
I mean, I gotta say, yesterday, listening to the post-game interviews from Fnatic, right? We had the voice comms from Rezork just saying, we're shit. That's what he said, basically, at the end of the game. And Humanoid also saying there's a lot of work to be done. So they realize it, at the very least.
It does worry me that somebody is genuinely excited about Vitality, because I feel like every time we are excited for them, something goes wrong and they don't actually make it. Hopefully this time it's going to be different. I agree, the really exciting team to watch. Fnatic really needs to step up to have a chance of making it to the final.
We'll see that tomorrow. Today, though, we have G2 versus BDS. And to kick off today's series, let's send it over to Laure, who's standing by with Nuke.
Thank you, Shox. Merci, Nuke. Joining me ahead of this game today, I feel like we've seen this before.
Yeah.
G2 versus BDS, it doesn't quite go your way, usually 18-3 in favor of G2.
Yeah.
Any comments on that specific track record you have against the team before we go deeper?
18-3. It's decent, I would say, but there's a first time for everything, right?
I know.
And today's the day, so yeah.
I know, and on top of it, it's not fair in the sense that it hasn't been the games you played with this iteration of the roster, but still, like, I feel like you had your time to work around G2, to apprehend G2, and maybe come in ready today. When you think of every time you face off against them, what do you think is the elements that misses every time, if there's something you can identify?
I mean, previously, I think all the game we played against them, what was missing, it was, I mean, first, I think it was like our fundamentals and how we play together. That was like not good enough. But I think we got a point where, like, actually, like today, it's not all about us. We actually thought about like how they want to play and how we can counter this and how we can execute it in like draft and in game. So yeah, I think we are never as ready as today. I don't know if it's English, but it's our best shot to beat them.
Yeah, what is interesting is the fact that I feel like G2 is coming in today knowing in a way what to expect from you guys, but do you actually know what to expect from G2?
I mean, you never know what G2 is going to do, right? But I think like the meta doesn't really allow some craziness that they could bring, right? For example, I remember like the Kled top or like the type of stuff. Previously, it was like crazy draft. But I think we kind of know what we expect, and we actually know what we want to do, no matter what they do, actually. So This is why.
As long as you're confident in your game, actually, this is what matters. We saw Zeus play a Vayne top lane this morning, maybe some inspiration in that sense. But focusing a bit more on you and the matchup you have against Caps, how is it laning against Caps? Because again, you know this player by then. And how do you progress and make sure that you're going to win against this in this matchup specifically? Because he's been performing phenomenal.
Yeah, he's good. He's for sure good. But I mean, I played him many times, right? In best of 5, best of 3, best of 1. I think I've got to the point where, like, I know how he plays, and it's not only about laning phase anymore. It's about like the whole game, how you play, like how you impact each other, the map. So it's like a mind game that you have to beat him to have more impact than him, right? So
the mind game.
So I'm confident.
You're confident? Well, that's great. And I can't wait to see what you guys have planned on the Rift today, Nuke. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
And Shox, over to you.
Thank you very much. Confidence is key, as always. It just becomes a little bit harder when this is the team that you've never been able to beat in those best-ofs when it has mattered most. And I think that is the biggest hurdle that BDS has to overcome, because basically they all have to play better than they have every single time they met, right?
Absolutely. But I also think that there's a new guy who's going to bring a different swing to this in terms of all the 4 players we already know on BDS, with, of course, the top side, but everyone bar the AD carry of Ice who's coming into this on a hot swing too. And I think that's really where they'll have not necessarily an edge, but a newfound dynamic to what BDS already did so well, right? We already know what they're going to do. They're going to draft some scaling for their AD carry. Adam might come in with a wacky pick, and we're going to see a control mage and a stable jungler for BDS. That's their style, and it's been working for them well as well when relying on Ice.
And I have to say, it's quite interesting in that interview what we saw. He said, you know, the meta doesn't allow for creativity for G2. But, and he mentioned Kled specifically. What's really interesting, I was speaking to Finn and I also saw his stream, and he said, I've always looked for Kled spots, even in this current meta. So it'll be, you know, maybe G2 feel the same way. They're going to bring it off meta as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the teams that are willing to play meta, or off meta rather, they don't really care what the meta is. That's the whole point, right? But you brought up Ice. Let's talk about him a little bit more, because that's obviously the changing factor that's coming in here, Aragon. Can you describe kind of what he has brought to BDS?
Yeah, so from the start of the split, it's very clear that they've been practicing a specific style, which is the front to back with the crit AD carries. Mainly Aphelios and Zeri, I believe, and 9 out of 14 games on Zeri in the entirety of the spring split. It's been an absolute phenomenal tear on the champion. 7 wins in a row on the Zeri. It's very clear that this guy is the carry for the team, and...
Oh.
Yeah. That. He's very good at the champions.
I mean, if that does not look menacing, I really don't know what does.
I hope G2's watching the pre-show. No, but there's obviously a lot on the shoulders of Ice as well, but it's not going to be the sole factor, of course, as we just take a look at some of the team fights. But I do want to go into some other points that we have, since there's more than just the bot lane. But the thing is, the problem that I have with talking about this matchup, Goldberg, is that we've seen kind of how it plays out in every other lane. This is the only one that we can think of that can kind of change up the whole dynamic, because when you look across the top lane, for instance, Broken Blade has always gotten the better of Adam.
And even then, it doesn't actually change that much, right? That's the thing going into it too. And I think that's also the problem that BDS is always going to have. To me, BDS is the kind of team where they're always going to find themselves in a position where they're kind of gatekeeping what the top of the league is and what middle of the pack and lower is, because they are very good at playing a fundamental style. They often are good at a front to back, with a great control mage in the mid lane, hyper carry in the bot lane. That didn't really change back when Crowny was there too, because his best champion in spring was Zeri too back then. So it's very familiar for them to play this. The problem is, you always know what you're going to get from BDS, and they always just going to play the same kind of style. You never see them evolve, and to beat a team like G2, we need to see more evolution from them.
Never see them evolve. Those are strong words.
And I have to say, we have seen a little bit of evolution at the very least, you know, looking to see how BDS can win. At least Adam, like you mentioned, has been shoring up his weaknesses of his champion pool. That was my biggest criticism. He would pick stuff like Olaf into Rumble, try to make his gods work, but they would just get absolutely destroyed by the current meta range top laners who are so damn strong this patch. And recently, he has been playing Nah, he's been playing Twisted Fate. I scouted his OPGGs, and it's very interesting because BB and Adam, they're preparing for each other, right? Adam is preparing a bunch of different counters to BB's blind picks, and the other way around too. You've got Yasuo for BB coming in for the Twisted Fate that Adam might pull out as a blind. And Adam has picked into BB's Rek'Sai as well, stuff like the Rumble.
Yeah, he has, and it's going to be very impactful for him to get that performance off in the top lane. But when we zoom out a little, we do have to talk about kind of G2 and how they've been playing these playoffs so far, right? I know we can lay the building blocks of a possible BDS victory, but we have to be honest. G2, once again, Goldberg has looked phenomenal in these playoffs so far and are absolutely the team to beat. And it's just going to be incredibly hard for anyone to do it, let alone BDS.
No, I absolutely agree. And I even think of the BB point that going into this playoffs, he's been the best top laner, just period. And he's really come together to be the same carry performance as Caps has done as well. Photon is an honorable mention. I'll put him as 2 for me, but I still think BB is the one that's got it up there. Who knows, we might see that further on in the playoffs as well. But anyways, I still think that G2 is this holistic team where you can't beat them on every front. You need a little bit of magic as well to do it.
Oh, and you need to be good on the day. It's the favorite thing that coaches say, but it is just true. Now, the all-time head-to-head between them is 18 wins in favor of G2.
And there you go.
2 or 3 for BDS,
I believe it's 3.
3? Okay, I was going to give them even less, but it's 18 and 3 in favor of G2. So Aragon, you know, it's just going to be difficult.
Yeah, at some point you got to imagine there's some kind of mental block there as well. And you said, I believe at the start, that it's only in non-best ofs that they've managed to take off wins, and in best ofs is entirely no wins there at all. So yeah, it's going to be rough.
I know, you're scraping by, but listen, maybe they give us something to aspire to from this first game. It's time to find out if BDS can finally overcome their demons as we kick off our match of the week presented by Uber Eats.
The split, we were not looking that dominant compared to Winter Split. I think we just play a bit worse, maybe a bit more cocky. Coming into playoffs now, we really wanted to make sure that we don't do the same mistakes.
Frescowi! Again, turning the play back! Super trying to fire back. He can't pull the feathers back! He's down! G2! They bring the game back in their favor!
In BDS, we like to meme a lot that we're actually mental controlled by G2 because every time we face them, usually not a lot of good thing happens, but for sure, at some point, we'll just overcome.
Newt comes in, saves the day. LeBron flips him out once again.
Pentakill for Ice as he cleans up the fight.
People could stop fearing us, but I think whenever we go on stage and play versus them, we're probably still gonna beat them.
It's 20 minutes. They're already going to MSI, but they want spring as well.
The BDS from Winter is not the same as in spring. G2 cannot damage us like they did before.
Just like Winter, we're gonna beat you guys again.
Just like Winter, those are the expectations as G2 versus BDS. Our upper bracket final begins. My name's Sterks, and Dagda will be alongside me to take you through to see if history can be changed. But so far, a lot of people expecting G2 to be just as dominant as they have already been, coming through Mad 2-0 and Fnatic 2-0 on the same light.
They haven't even dropped a game in playoffs thus far. They look like a different beast. You kind of heard it from BB as he was chatting over that little intro video saying, hey, look, we wanted to smooth out our gameplay, make sure we're not playing as cocky, and you can see the results there. They look absolutely fantastic. So, going to be an uphill battle here for BDS, as the desk was alluding to, yet to ever beat G2 in a best-of series. But we'll have to see if they can rewrite history here today.
Shock set on the desk, 18-3 is the record now. Also for that, while we are on the G2 hype train, just to note they have dropped 2 individual games from winter to now. Now that's not in the regular season, of course, we're talking just in playoffs. Winter playoffs and now spring playoffs, 2 individual games. And they're both in the winter playoffs. As we said, they've already come through so dominant through this said spring. And as we're now in this final round, G2 have already hit MSI. We've stated that before. They locked in MSI, they won Winter itself. They are now just fighting for the seeding here and trying to get in yet another championship. As we get into pick and ban for this upper bracket final, it's going to be a doozies. We're already getting some of those pocket picks out of the way, Dagda. You and I talking off camera. The series, hot topic at the moment, but the Draven against Hans Sama can also be set historically.
It's been a massive pick for Ice with the Zeri coming through. We even heard the Death talk about it. He's got a pentakill to his name on that champion, so not surprised to see that taken away, especially when you look towards Hans Sama has been more likely to go back towards the Lucian Nami combos, something along the lines of a Jinx. So just making sure that the Zeri doesn't poke her head in to be a nuisance does make a lot of sense when BDS tend to rely on that late game team fighting that Ice brings.
I like the Twist of Fate ban as well. Across the world right now, we are just seeing it paired into something like the Rek'Sai, seeing into a lot of top lanes, even blind sometimes as well, getting away with it. Kalista also taken away. Another strong bottom lane from Hans Sama as Broken Blade instantly locks in that Rel. That flex that I think for G2 that they can use so well.
Yeah, Rel is just so incredibly strong, especially in the jungle. She just does so much work, but there are a lot of things that are still up and available. You know, you look at things like the Rumble, we've seen come through. The Azir has been something that's crept up quite a bit, but we know from recent matches that Caps is willing to bring out the Aurelion Sol, so maybe not trying to highlight that as much. Ahri has definitely been a very strong pick over the course of our of our playoffs, so maybe seeing that locked in here for Nuke.
But instead, when the Zeri's taken away, we get the virus early on. This was the pick we were just talking about before, the Rek'Sai. You know, again, I just want to highlight with things like the Ahri being looked over. Remember, Sheo's played a lot of Vi. You know, it's one of his favorite champions. We see it consistently. Won't talk about it now, but I just want to get to it in a second. That Rek'Sai, though, again, huge first pick priority across the world as well.
Yeah, Vi is banned away, so I imagine we'll probably get the Rel coming through, or there is the opportunity to, I wasn't sure if they wanted to go for the Jarvan here, so swap the Rel into that bottom side, take the Jarvan, and just go, hey, you have a Varus, very mobile AD carry. We've seen it work out incredibly well over the last couple of games, but the games yesterday, but not actually going to be the case. Maybe looking towards a bit more of a carry juggler, the Viego, the Xin Zhao, maybe take the Ahri itself for caps if you really want to, but yeah, I mean, you've a ton of options here for G2 at the moment, but a mobile AD carry for mobile AD carry is the end of the world when it comes to the trades.
Yep, bit of range added in there as well, so Hans Hammer's going to be the scaling element. Now let's see if that Rel is going to be shown now to what position, or if we get something in the jungle instead. That's supportive. Mickey not going on an engage. Straight away they show that that is a Rel jungle.
This would be sick though. Yeah, they're going to go for it. So going to just say, hey, look, you have no engage now. We're going to bring out this double AD carry bot lane and really try and put the pressure down onto you. And Sheo taking the Volibear as well means that he's got incredibly strong dueling in the early stages. Very few champions that can really match that. And with the long range poke and engage that BDS offer with this double AD carry, it's going to be kind of tough to find the aggression that you want in that bottom side to try and fight back against them.
We've walked away from a lot of these lanes, though. I mean, Ashe has been open for a bit, and a lot of the Western teams were not picking up the Varus. Ashe, we know how strong it is in the East, again, to reference, but that 2v2 will be a test for BDS to see how much they can take away in that bottom side. When we also mentioned that Hans Summer and Mickey in the regular season, you know, again, it was few and far between, sorry, in the spring playoffs.
I also think it means that you need Caps to be on something that can control mid lane to try and get down into that bottom side to try and disrupt this.
Right.
Because I think what you'll see here is BDS go for the Ahri, try and say, hey, look, we don't really mind, especially with the Nico, the LeBlanc bans, take the Ahri, have that shove in the mid lane. Even if Caps goes for the Azir, Ahri still wins out in the early trades. And then you end up in a position where Nuke can start to roam down. Support potential dives here, especially with a Volibear in tow. That 4-man dive is so strong for BDS. And you're just setting up perfectly for it. So maybe Caps has something in his back pocket, but actually no, they're going to go for the Azir. So I could see Caps taking the flip side of it, taking that Ahri for himself and then saying, hey, I can control mid and I can come down into this bottom side to try and help out Hansam and Mickey as they're getting shoved in.
Because it's kind of all that's left, isn't it? Look at the mid lane bans taking away 4 in total here from this pool. Azir was obviously the safe choice that BDS were angling towards anyway. And that's another element of that range. As you said, Dagda, maybe Caps just takes the trade, or maybe G2 show us a Scion first for Broken Blade and that Aurelion Soul we mentioned. You know what? I have a feeling that Caps and Hansam are going to be the damage dealers because everyone else is just a unit in the way.
Yeah, just, you know, the foundations that the G2 house is going to be built on with the rest of the quad there. But Lulu works very well here, supporting the Jinx, making sure that you're able to keep people alive. And you've got a very strong frontline engage coming through from Yike and BB. So I'm excited to see how they try and set up for these team fights. But it does mean that, at least in the early stages, yes, you can get Caps on the roams with the Aurelion Sol. He will still get push in this mid lane. But I still think you've got a huge amount of mid jungles control for BDS here, where you can have Volibear play down into this bottom side, help out Ice and Labrov, and just try and open up this game through the bottom half of the map.
Well, it would be interesting to see if Ice can start popping off the new edition of Team BDS, coming into a best of 5 here, and our first of our season in spring. Remember, we've been BO3s up until now, and G2's been waiting a hell of a long while. You know, BDS as well, after coming off their win of Vitality, we've been running through the lower brackets, seeing who can make the run themselves. Fnatic and Vitality will be coming up next as well, but first we find out who starts off in the finals. In our top 3, G2 versus BDS is 18-3 in favor of G2. They've never won a best of series. That's best of 3 and best of 5. G2 not only dominant in the region, but dominant in the matchup consistently in the past couple of years over BDS.
I think a lot of that comes down to the way G2 play the mid game. It feels like they have been the kryptonite for BDS, but BDS, this is where you need to step up. A different style with this double AD carry bot lane. Can they finally take down their demons in G2 as we get ourselves into game number 1?
Ladies and gentlemen, do you believe? BDS fans need to come out in force. G2 are obviously firm favorites here in EU for a reason as our match of the week kicks off. Firm favorites within the matchup, firm favorites within the region. But BDS, we know them as such a great team fighting team. It was frustrating because against Vitality, as they go for this deep invade, they were pulling off these great team fights. Now using the power of Lebrov with Ghost available, Mickey going to spot this out. Lebrov getting a volley out as well, but BDS only assume their dominance. But will they actually be starting at the red buff is the next question.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing them try and split the map here. You give that control to Ice and Lebrov, and at least with the early vision control going down, they will be aware of exactly what the plan of action is here. But in the early stages, we've seen Caps, as long as you play very aggressive on the Aurelion style, you can get control of the push in the early stages. So Sheo going up towards his top side means that there's very little likelihood that Sheo can really contest in towards this bottom side of the map to go for any of these jungle camps.
I wonder if they're going to counter invade. You have a lot of CC. Sion in a brush is deadly. Sheo spotted out through mid. G2 are hovering around the top of the vision here. Watch this play as Sheo has skirted through the brush, so BDS might be able to collapse. Ice and Lebrov are here. They don't expect it, and Mickey has to flash away. Now Yike and Broken Blade are in trouble. Flash from Yike. Caps tries to breathe, but he can't. Nor can Broken Blade. Decimating smash down. That is first blood given over to Ice. So smart from BDS here in the opening of game one to skirt around that vision controllers for Mickey as well. Lebrov chasing him down, but Yike is still here. It's a bait. There's Ignite. Heck Flash over the wall to help out, but Mickey is one more auto away and eventually dies. Yike can't follow up. Lebrov gets a kill. 2 for BDS to open up is even better than 1.
And then we end up with a lane swap here as well for G2. They were trying to move Hansam and Mickey up towards that top side. Lebrov.
The crash down though, I mean, Lebrov maybe a little bit greedy. Decimating smash not in the right spot. He chains it back. Sheo now coming in as well. This level 1 Ash still a pain as Yike is dismounted for the time being. Sheo flashes over, looking for a third. We'll find it. Broken Blade just came back to lane. He walked in here trying to help out his jungler as Lebrov now dies as well. 4 kills and he able to give us more. I hope it shows what the series is going to be like as the Voice of Light follows through. The next tick onto Sheo as he's out of range. But Caps and Broken Blade aren't giving up now. Nuka's walking away. Flash. Decimating smash still gets the slow. Caps now again out of range though, as G2 only find 1 back, but it's BDS in the early game with almost a 1k gold lead after that symbolic play.
It's a fiesta, and Mickey wants to keep it going, taking a good chunk of damage off Adam, but
he's living bot.
This is the thing, we're getting so much movement on the map, it's really hard to try and take stock of where we're at, right? Because what ended up happening was Ice had to reset after that initial trade. Yes, he got the kill, picks up the boots, but he then goes topside to try and match because Hansam and Mickey had gone for a lane swap, wanting to escape Ice and Lebrov. But as a result, means that Ice then has to go back to the topside to try and get the control that he needs. But we're gonna have a quick replay here of this early setup, and Ice and Lebrov, good call. Expecting the change of lanes coming through from Mickey and Hansama. So with the early control and the numbers advantage here on the top side, with Hansama just trying to walk into lane with the minion wave on top side, they're able to get a couple of these kills. And then Lebrov is like, cool, I can just be a complete nuisance here and make sure that I'm able to keep control. So we are having Ice solo farming now on that top side, trying to match a lot of the early CS that Hansama was able to pick up. And now he's going to reset and try and catch this wave as Adam clears it out and move back into the bottom side. So it is a little bit of a weird start here on both sides, but you can already see, like, just look at the gold on your screen. With the early kills that Sheo has, he's in the lead, and with the early kill, Ice has that lead as well.
I wonder what happens with bot though, with Yike coming in now. He's about to Hex Flash with the wave in a bad spot, calls it off. You know, we haven't seen Aatrox 80 carry before, but I'm just going to call it now. It has to be coined that as we still wait for Yike to move in with this big wave.
I don't like it though, because the problem is Ice is trying to crash this wave. Okay, gets it now. He has to reset, because the whole point of you picking Varus and Ashe is to say, hey, we have push power, we have the stronger lane matchup, but we haven't really seen that come to fruition. Now, the good news for Ice is, well, he actually just gets a level advantage, right? Because it's been Aatrox that's been sharing that experience, he actually has the level 4 already hit as he moves down into the bot lane. Should be just about in time, I believe, to pick up this wave in the bot half of the map as well. So you will be able to get Ice and Lebrov moving back into a very advantageous position in this bottom side of the map, especially with the poke fires coming out. But where do Hans and Mickey go? Because they could easily just go back up to top side, because both BB and Hans and Mickey are all resetting.
Oh, but again, yeah, they are. They're swapping. Here we go again. I love it. I mean, Broken Blade used his teleport before as he moves down. Yike, I don't care about Yike through chaos because everything else is chaos at the moment. Jungler's doing normal stuff is okay. But yeah, bot going top Dagda, as you said. Adam just made the reset and they're like, hang on a minute, let's just keep her. let's keep doing the switcheroo. So the early game, even though it's still going in BDS's favor, G2 is still trying to move the status quo as grubs are going to be started.
The thing is, though, G2, yes, you're kind of matching a lot of us, G2 are the ones initiating a lot of these rotations, but they are picking up the timers that they want. So Mickey and Hansama move top as Void Grove spawn. Cool, you're going to be able to get that. Because Labrov had to reset, he's only just coming back into the map, which means that the timer for you to try and move and trade for Dragon isn't really there, because you'll end up giving over a lot of time to G2 to start to put pressure onto the top tier one, whereas you're just a Varus. BB should be able to relatively easily clear out this wave on the bottom side and deny some of that from Ice.
Once again, just the casual experience of this game. Solo landing as Broken Blade has to take the range. It's good damage coming out, but Broken Blade can absorb as Sheo is thinking about what he can do bot side. Remember as well, while we're talking about the chaos of these side lanes constantly switching up, Sheo is massively in the lead. He picked up an early kill. He's also got a CS advantage because Yike was constantly bullied in his own jungle. I guess I should also talk about Labrov being mid again as well, shouldn't I? Because Nuke's getting extra attention with Caps getting pushed back, while Labrov is using that jungle pressure from Sheo that he's exerting while he's doing Dragon to consistently push in and be a nuisance all over the map.
But the thing is, when you're playing a double AD carry bot lane, you are the ones that need to snowball.
Yeah.
And because G2 are constantly dodging this matchup, it's actually Hansam and Mickey who are getting more plates, getting the control on the map, and you're not going to end up in a position where Ice and Labrov just start to fall off, because as we get to the later portions in team fights, Mickey just offers more in a team fight with the Lulu than the Ashe does. So again, you're going to get this reset coming through, and I think Ice and Labrov have read this relatively well. They're not going to try and go top. They're just going to go and match bot lane and hope that they see Hansama and Mickey come down to this area of the map.
Just waiting to see if Hansama and Mickey maybe read the read, you know? Because right now it's like we're playing four-dimensional chess, isn't it?
But they're going mid, so if you actually look, BB, Hans, and Mickey are all going mid and going right. Wherever they show first, we go the opposite side. And look, second Varus shows on bot side. Mickey's like, I'm off top. See you later, lads. Don't want anything to do with
Mickey as well can speed up Hansama to get to lane, so he's not missing anything as well. So again, I mean, G2 are playing the do-si-do, even though, just to confirm that BDS made such aggressive plays early on and had the lead. As Dagda's talking about, if they can't play the 2v2, then G2 again are going to play them. Adam going to get damage here, and Mickey actually does quite a lot here on the Lulu. Nice little polymorph to follow up as well. Adam looks for the turn, but won't find it. As now Yike is up here just in case as well.
Now, I do want to say BDS are definitely in the lead and potentially looking at a dive on the bottom side of the map. It's just G2 trying to make sure they can scale into this game, but BB, I think you die here, bud.
The wave should be cleared out almost at the very least. But as you said, Chains Corruption, everything launched into him, he's dead. Another one here for BDS. Now the next wave is crashing in as well, and it should be a plate. But as BDS commit to bot side, mid gets pushed in, going to be reacted to by Adam. But top again, Dagda. Top in the 2v2. Look at what Hansama's doing. And they also got grubs. So I think you're a very intelligent man. We all know that. But to affirm your point, it's not like G2 aren't trading and not minimizing or even maximizing on that gold discrepancy they had before.
The thing is, though, because Labrov has been unlocked to play through mid, you are getting a slight lead for Nuke that's opening up in the mid lane. Because you're still getting 2 kills that are going to Ice, that lead is still there for Ice.
Yep.
But the main point is that you want to be trading on towers. You want to be able to play on the map state with this composition from BDS, specifically the double AD carry bot lane. But because G2 are basically running around the map and denying them, they're actually getting the map pressure that they want. And in that position, then, they're going to be able to play for team fights. They're going to be able to play for these objectives off of having more control of the map. And that's where their composition was.
I mean, the scaling's insane, right? Plus, you have a dedicated tank, so further that point as they base once more, just trying to see where they go. They're going back topside by the waves. The wave gets pushed in. Caps playing extra cautious around Sheo, who's now level 6 as well, as Labrov is making the movement too. Now that's because in 30 seconds the next bit of grubs will come up, as Mickey might be caught out here. Labrov not level 6, but Sky Splitter does only a bit of damage while Labrov pokes Mickey from afar. Well, you can see the bottom side actually. Broken Blade's getting time with the turret as well. Ice has moved up here, Dagda, and so BB is just getting the shove in.
Yeah, they want to try and match the duo of G2, and now you're overextended as Hansama.
He's got Cleanse available. We're just waiting to see what it's going to be used for. Pokes out first. He gets shielded up, and Sky Splitter again. Good damage here, up to half HP.
But watch the reset. BB's already gone back, so he's going to start to move up towards topside. Has the ultimate available as well, so if you try and go for the dive as BDS, suddenly you got a Scion that's ulting into that topside as well. So G2 doing well to cover, but BDS, because of Hansama overextending, get the poke that they need. Now they're onto the Void Grub, so matching that objective control, and you're still getting Nuke totally fine in the mid lane, just being able to shove in. He's got a turret play for himself. And this mid lane, slowly but surely, Nuke is getting an advantage. And thanks to picture-in-picture, we can see Adam also getting access to those turret plates.
How much can he get? Because he might have teleport, might have to use it depending on what happens here. BDS were hovering around Grubs, but no longer. Ice and LeBron look like they just want to poke out as it's seceded to G2. And that means we're going to get 5 here for G2 while it's going down. And again, more plates are taken. So it's like, again, a handful. What are we trading off?
That's the thing. I actually like this trade from BDS. They're like, we don't see Sion. Screw trying to fight. This could easily turn into something that we don't want it to. So they're like, oh, we'll take our advantages. We'll get the plates on the bot side. Adam now has a decent, like, look at the middle of your screen. You're seeing every single lane is a gold lead for BDS right now. And that's going to be massive, especially as you see Dragon start to come through. Adam, move back top side. You're going to have Ice who's able to reset. He's going to move in. They're actually trying to stop. Here comes the rocket. I think it connects. Does it stop this?
He's out in time.
Just late.
But it was on the right spot.
Yeah, trying to interrupt the tempo that BDS are playing for, which is rotate back bot, shove out this bot wave, then transition into dragons and play for dragon stacking off of the advantages that you have.
Now, I will say, even though the back was interrupted, and even though we're talking about setup for Dragon, first turret does go down to G2, and look at bot. Remember, 5 grubs were taken here as well, so more golden turret plating for Han Sama. I know, Dagda, the early game, for a lot of our viewers, like, this is very uncharted territory, right? Like, this is a very different type of game. But in the early game, we talked about it. The 2v2 was important. It was darted around by G2. And to get you up to stock here, G2 have caught back up to a degree. It's a 1k gold disadvantage. But again, BDS still got a lot within the lanes. There's still a lot of power, especially on these one items we need to add. With things like Varus, Aatrox, and especially the Volley Bear, as Dragon will be spawning right about now.
But this is why you're seeing, as this push comes in on the bottom side of the map, that's when the Dragon is going to be started up. You're also seeing push in mid, and oftentimes Caps has to try and go the long way around because he just doesn't quite know where the enemy opposition is. But here's the TP into bot to try and disrupt the play.
Going to be forced. It's Caps coming in. Chain's corruption too early. It's actually BB and Caps coming through. The charge follows through. They go for LeBron first, so the Magnet Storm used, and Mickey somehow picks up the kill, but nevertheless G2 fight fire with fire, as Adam is again plate hunting in the top lane.
I think this was a mistake from BDS. I think you need the TP and Adam to the tower at the same time, so then you can try and find the fight. With G2 now getting this Dragon, they're able to slow down the aggressive plays from BDS. Yes, you'll get tower traded, but G2 are denying the Dragon stacking, and all they want to do is find a way to slow down the pace of the game to get to 2.5, 3 items, and maybe take a bit more here.
Stormbringer, let's just see if anything's used. The Astral Flight as well follows up, and remember, the arrow on the other side from LeBron comes through, but let the sky fall once more onto Ice, and the shutdown over to BB as well. GT grouping up, you mentioned the teleport's coming in, but it's Nuke too late. He pops him out into the corner, separates G2, and it might be enough. Now Adam is splitting skies of his own as Decimating Smash gets him away from Han Sala, but he's separated without a support by himself. He'll give a reset over to Adam. On the other side of the fight, Ice and LeBron both died, but hey, it's a fight nevertheless, right in BDS's jungle.
Your Caps just about managed to finish off Labrov at the end of that. With the TPs coming through though, BDS able to find some fight back off it. You already got some of the plates on top side. You've got plates for Nuke in the mid lane as well. So the over-aggression from G2, they thought maybe they could finish this out, but it all goes completely astray. They end up chasing onto Sheo. Sheo still has ult. He's not really going to fall to this. And it's a great ultimate from Caps, don't get me wrong. It sets up for the pick on towards Ice. But after that, they are way too far overextended, and they've invested everything to kill Ice. So when Nuke goes in, nobody has him. Adam is able to go forward, and BDS are able to turn.
I don't think I've ever seen that kind of combat Lulu. I don't know if anyone was watching Mickey X in that fight, but he literally flashed to get the polymorph, was out of rage, and then wild growthed himself. Like, screw 80 carries when you got Mickey on your team.
That's my goat.
Is he playing Nautilus or Lulu? We can't tell the difference, but as we come back to live, a turret goes down as G2, who had been able to pick up 2-0 and plates in their favor as well in this game. BDS now taking the Herald in the top side while Adam is trying to get a turret of his own. Now that it's squishy past the 14-minute mark, BDS is still able to maintain that 1k.
And now they should be able to as well. Reset, look for plays on bot. G2 trying to trade pressure on Rift Herald for mid lane though.
BB Drift King, okay, onto Lebrov. No, he's out of range, he can't control it, so he just goes behind enemy lines instead. Blast Cone there on Herald at 1900. Jake has the advantage, he's got the Eye Shattering Strike and a steal. BDS have to walk away from it, and G2 just with an ultra yoink.
The fact that BB has been so willing to drop waves and drop his CS to make these plays is why G2 are able to find these moments. Nuke was pushing on bot side, they didn't have TP, so G2 are like, cool, screw the tower top lane, screw the CS, BB's going to be able to come in mid and we're able to push them off. But again, you got the tower top. You should be able to get the tower bot here with Nuke as well. So for G2, you need to try and crack open mid lane turret to get something back for yourself on the map. You already have both side towers down, so at least the moment you're ahead in the turret game when it comes to this. But Caps.
Nuke with the all-in, the swoop and boop as Dagda would like to call it, but the ult in response, Nuke on the turret, will we trade it? Yes, he will. The Dex Rocket as well gets rid of the minion wave, so Adam can't get the turret, while BDS ended up getting trade on, and that's huge for G2 in the defensive play.
Yeah, they're going to look for the pick on Yike, I think. You got Shea who's going to steal red buff, you got pushing mid for Ice, taking over the spot side jungle to buy space here for Adam to take this bot lane turret. Works out well. BB, though, already putting the threat onto the tier 2, so BDS will have to try and reset. Nuke isn't up for a couple of seconds, and someone will need to deal with that, especially, as I was about to say, the Demolish and the 5 stacks of the Void Grubs. This tower will fall despite the fact he's a tank.
It's been so to and fro. Arrow going to stop him at least. Hang on, BDS are actually coming in, so BB, without ulti available, has to pay respect. I was going to say, you either do the bows and you just die for it, or you still go walk away. Good question. The DOT is quite large, actually just expired. But no, I think it's another wave needed, Dagda. At the very least, it is a standing turret, if only by breath alone.
So let's take stock of where we're at, right? Because I think it's been a bit all over the place. Adam, huge. BB has been sacrificing the good of himself to try and get G2 into a position where they can match a lot of the early pressure or keep in touching distance. And it has meant that Adam is going to be a major factor when we come into these team fights, especially if he can get access onto the back line. But the map state is kind of in favor of G2. They're the ones that have the tower advantage. They still have the Rift Herald. And all they're trying to do here is group up around the mid lane to force that Rift Herald play in towards the mid lane tower, because that's the last of the outer one, which is why you're seeing 4 members of BDS starting to group onto this mid lane structure. But at the moment, G2, they need to get their sides in order before they go for this play. Draw members of BDS away from the mid lane for the Rift Herald to play.
It's a Herald that's in waiting, isn't it? I mean, for Yike to open up mid, it's going to require a lot more than the charge itself. Now, if you know Dagda, you know that he likes pointing, and what he just did is point to the top right because Dragon's up in 15 seconds. Very well pointed, Dagda. Second one it would be for either of these teams, 1 apiece so far. So it's not like we have solid Dragon stacking as G2 now come to join for the mid wave. Caps is top, but he has teleport available. I'm just looking there because it might be able to try to find a turret with Adam even moving up and then move to this play.
It's the G2 Classic, though. They don't really want a team fight right now. They know how strong Ice is. They know how strong Adam is. So they're like, cool, that top tower is really, really low. Let's just try and make a play for that. They're going to invade into top side. Force the disconnect here from BDS on mid lane into the top tier 2.
Yeah.
And maybe even look for the pick on Labrov if he goes too far, but there's that trade. But like second Dragon, a Cloud, doesn't really matter for BDS. We're interested in fighting third, fourth. Let's just try and get as much gold into our pockets before we get to that point.
I mean, again, if we're talking about gold, still 1,000 gold behind, but again, it's that trailing from the early game. And I think we set it out nicely in the early game, Dagda, or at least you did, you know, talking about the strength of Ice. Well, we haven't seen it yet, but we know this virus is strong. We know that Hans Summer has given himself a bit more time with that set early game, almost to his second item as well. And we talked about the team fighting at G2 in this game 1. We know what it's going to be. And we know that it's going to be reliant on Caps, Hans Summer for the damage, and how they can survive with the tools available. Broken Blade right now sitting here by himself. Sheo is trying to punish that, but I'm not sure if he can. That is a tanky boy.
We do need to keep our eyes on Labrov, though, because a lot of what they're going to try and do now is look for these picks with the Ashe. The game is kind of settled into a position where both teams are trying to spread out on the map. They're trying to look for some of these towers, get advantages on the wave. And that's where Sheo and Labrov can work together to play for Adam onto BB, because BB's so far behind. Maybe look for Caps, who's very vulnerable if Nuke is able to get that swoop and boop. So there's a lot of plays you can make, but step 1 for BDS is mid-wave control into these side lanes. But with the mid tower up, Hansam and Mickey are relatively fine to just farm underneath this structure and make it a little bit more difficult for BDS to enter onto the map, because that Rift Herald still exists for G2.
And you know what's a brilliant point about yours about the pick as well? You look at some of the deep wards in G2's jungle, information on who is where at all times, right? Knowing where G2 are rotating, so you can make a more successful pick, and BDS can open up the map more. I like it, Dagda, but as we get the Herald down in mid, we're just waiting for that charge, and the range from G2 that won't bother stepping up because it's way too dangerous. So Herald gets damage done, but mid turret still stands here as we crest towards the 20-minute mark.
Nuke knew that he didn't really need to be there. He stayed on bot side, farmed the gold that he needed for his Leandri's, and now going to enter back onto the map, especially with 20 minutes. Just starting to crest over. You don't have crazy Baron take here for BDS, so they won't be able to rush it down, but it will give them the moment where potentially they could group up on the mid wave. Going to back away though. I think again, you're stronger as BDS when you can play for sides right now because Labrov can use that ult to constantly fish for picks. But actually, in the response, Hansama just ulted Labrov to stop him resetting. So a lot of people just tossing ults around the place.
You know, when Jinx was released, I think everyone just thought about the ult, you know, for kills and everything. And it's strange that over the years we started seeing it, obviously with the buffs to neutrals, that we saw that crazy era of Jinx rockets stealing Barons, stealing Dragons. That was obnoxious. But now we see it as like a utility tool as well. Okay, are they on Baron? We're going to use it as a scouting tool. Are we going to stop resets and, you know, use this overused word, which is tempo, to get ourselves on the map? It's always interesting. As now as I speak of tempo, I want to note that Baron is up, folks, of course, past 20-minute mark. Right now, no one really scouring vision around it, looking at it. Dragon is 2 minutes away as well, so it's just about who can get the resources, build up those items towards what is ultimately an upcoming fight.
When you look at BDS, though, what they want to try and do is get a nice line drawn onto this side of the map.
The line.
So that then you can always play aggressive here as the Azir onto this bot lane turret. But you can see how much defense is coming through, actually, as I hold on to that.
You're okay.
BB.
It's just BB for the time being. If he gets yoinked back in, it's just Labrov with the damage as well. Dagda, if you want to do more drawing, I'm all here for it. But for now, BDS are drawing their own pathway in. You look off that pick off the side, or at least the attempt, and seeing BB there is double TP for G2 mid. Caps is coming in with a falling star, but that's just to defend mid lane turret, and I guess not give BDS the advantage.
And that's what I was going to say, is basically what BDS were trying to do was get control over the jungle, so then they can push in towards the tier 2s. G2 need to respond to that, and then you can open up to rotate on towards the mid lane tower. But with the position that G2 are in, they then blow the double TP, hoping they can find the pick and shut down this pressure. BDS respect it though, back away, and now we're back into the play on mid though.
I mean, the Sky's Ascend is available, the damage is good onto Ice, but he gets back immediately. You can see again, this engage is not over as Broken Blade runs into a wall. Yike now trying to run into Ice, but it forces them off with mid lane tower. But let's not forget, this game has been trading back and forth since minute 1. Top side, Adam gets a turret, opens, pushes, adds pressure of his own, and Nuke is doing the same bot here with everyone from G2 spotted mid.
And this is why I like it from BDS. They are going toe-to-toe with the macro play that G2 are going for, saying, hey, we will take the tier 2. Mid going down does suck a little bit, but it's, you know, how much of an advantage can you really get here? Hansama isn't able to approach mid wave properly, so shoving in mid to then have access to open up Mickey to roam to sides isn't really a thing. So in the grand scheme of things, you're going to have this Dragon in 20 seconds. You're going to have these resets. Ice and Labrov can still aggressively shove mid. You can still contest for Dragon, and BDS can look to try and close the game in that way.
I think the comparison is a vacuum cleaner versus an aeroplane, Dagda. You know, what's going to suck more, like a hole in the aeroplane?
I was going to say definitely an airplane.
It depends.
How strong is your vacuum? Airplanes fly!
Yeah, but I'm talking about a hole in it. You know, you're up 30,000, 40,000 feet. There's a hole in the side of the airplane versus a small vacuum cleaner, right? Obviously, I know which one I would like to experience. Especially fear of flying. I should have brought that up.
Out of a plane, I was gonna say.
Yeah, that does suck as well. Arrow did fly through. Now, Labrov has cooldown reduction to a degree, but not to the most part. That's still off the cooldown. Yike now trying to pull in Sheo, but he runs out as well. We're 5-manning mid. Note that Nuke is topside towards this Baron area, so BDS have to disengage as Ice uses Chains of Corruption. Caps holds onto the Sky Descenders. It extends over to Mickey, and good damage from Adam. The drawback as well, but Adam walking up almost to his detriment. BDS get tagged off the back end, but so does Mickey here as Dragon is up and staring them in the face.
G2 don't feel comfortable to commit to the play, and I thought maybe they just go with the Sky's Descend onto Ice, get that flash out, but with Ice being this low, he's going to have to play very respectful anyway.
Mickey
They just took him
backing
with the
on a ward?
poke. Yeah, Mickey's, they know he's gone. But I don't know if you can really do particularly much here for BDS. You've been trying to play at range with Ice, with Labrov as well, just looking for that poke. But gonna have to keep this one a little bit slow still, I think.
Broken Blade, the Lumberjack, just running into a man with a big chopping sword. Arrow flies through, not sure where it was going, but it's now down again. Yike going to get tagged out as well. BDS are definitely the healthier ones, apart from Ice, who now eats the lettuce. And it's really good protein, apparently. Actually, it's not. Don't listen to me. Lettuce doesn't have protein in it, I think.
It's very hydrating.
Yeah, it's hydrating. There you go. More important here. Wave clear from G2 comes through again. There's the flash and the Magnet Storm as well, not hitting Yike. A bit of a whiff as teleport comes through, but G2 are already on the back end of this fight, even without Adam coming in. Yike is down. That's an engage tool as the World Ender flies through for BDS, starting this one off big in the series. Would open it up, but the Skies fall once over as Caps now gets out of range. Sky Splitter tags him off. Mickey, speaking of getting tagged, is getting run down by Ice. Just out of range, if only just the Youmuu's pop. Here we go again. Broken Blade running in, charging, saving his life. The hero lumberjack they needed is there, but BDS, as they start the Baron, are going to try and run this down.
They've TP'd in. G2 want to try and get this play. Ice being dead is massive. They want to make sure they can get caps in, but no TP. And this Baron's going down fast.
Huntama has rocket. It comes in, but no steal. They're going to try and burst it down with the stun coming through as well. Caps can't get in. He has to watch. It goes down to BDS. The Baron flushed away from as well, and Sheo also survives. That arrow from LeBron made it just save the extra play.
The fact that he manages to connect onto Caps means that he cannot set up in the front of the pit as soon as he wants to, and then it's abandoned pit for the rest of BDS. But Dragon is still there. G2 will get something, but that was so close to being BDS blowing open this game. The Baron should definitely help them in getting some of these towers, but we see it here. Nuke flashes immediately as Yike goes in with the flash Q. Yike then goes for the crash down, but there's no one there, so he's overextended. They finish him off. I'm a jungler down. G2 know that they have to try and run. Labrov's doing a great job of finding those slows, but the overextension then on bot lane from Ice, little bit of an unhappy play as Mickey has the happy feet to escape away from him.
Yeah, definitely unhappy play for sure, because now with Baron, BDS has lost all sound. Oh, we're back. Never mind. We were giving a silent thought for G2 in this game one because it's looking very BDS favored all of a sudden. It's a 5k gold lead just about. The Baron power play is racking up the points as well with the inner turret getting shredded down by that super mega cannon minion while Caps getting caught out. He goes golden chains of corruption there, but Caps is not going to be dropping down. The singularity follows through Dagda. This is a turnabout for G2 if Sheo can't get out of there. He's getting chased up as Broken Blade holds his in, but Adam now to flank and the Falling Star helps out, but Yike way too deep again. Adam heals on up. You said it perfectly. He won't die here. Lebrov also poking out and G2 can't finish the job. The stun turret, an absolute nuisance. And again, BDS managed to walk away with an advantage.
G2 toss everything onto the Volley Bear, who gets the ult, who gets the Sundered Sky, who gets the Frenzy Maul heal as well, and just does not go down. He just barely managed to escape, and then Adam as well. The healing keeping him topped up. So the tower goes down, they get a kill in response, and BDS back out onto the map faster. They want to start making sure no one at G2 can get out of this, but we're going to catch it in the replays.
Oh, again.
Engage onto Cap. Sheo immediately with the follow-up, but the Caps goes golden, prevents really any sort of follow-up. But then as Sheo runs back through the tower, Nuke is able to finish it off. But everyone on G2 is focusing Sheo, and then watch, gets the ult, gets the heal, gets the Sundered Sky through, all the healing keeping him top up, as the rest of BDS then are able to focus on damaging Yike in the back line. Now BDS, the poke is there.
Chains corruption hits on the Caps. Remember, he uses Zonius in the last play, half HP, but again, not able to finish the job. It's the only shining light for G2 at this point because the rest is BDS favored. Man, we're talking about a curse here. We're talking about BDS in winter not being able to pick up a game in this upper bracket final. But this must be a new BDS because game one is looking red hot for them to open things up.
18-3 has been the scoreline between these two teams to then immediately come in and BDS a statement game. It was not down to we will team fight, it was down to we will match you on the map. And now BDS, they need to match still G2 when it comes to the damage, and at the moment they will back away, but they got what they came for.
They definitely did. It was a 3k Baron power play. The gold lead on top of your screen is at 6,000. While G2 can, yes, play the mid game well. I mean, still for BDS, they are a great team fighting team. It is how they've won games. Cast your mind back to the Vitality series of this set playoffs. And there's a game in there you're like, hang on a minute, should BDS have won that? Is it a great team fight again? That sealed the deal on the best of three. So again, you have faith in BDS so far. But we'll have to see, because Dagda Dragon's coming up in a minute 45. We chill out for a bit before the Baron. That spawns about 40 seconds after it. I want to point out as well, we've got Hansama with 3 items now, so the Jinx is coming online.
It also gives a lot of wave clear with the build that Hansam has gone for, right? Having the Runan's Hurricane is going to be great. The biggest problem, though, is that you're just being forced into your base. You get outranged by BDS as well, with Ice, with Labrov in it, and even Nuke being able to just take pop shots to the towers. G2 kind of need to play up aggressive like you're seeing. Fine, get BDS before they can approach onto the towers, but as long as you're keeping G2 back in their base, they never get to establish vision for a Dragon, for a Baron, and if I'm BDS, screw Dragon, take Baron, crack open the game, and crack open Caps' skull.
Another arrow, another arrow. Lebrov is hitting him again. Flash away from Caps, and he's on a flight path. Maybe he's going home, I'm not sure. for G2. They get out safely, but again, it's just these arrows from Lebrov. Even if they're off screen, this dude is hitting them left, right, and center. And I'm getting the Blitzcrank vibes again. You know, as we saw last split, like Lebrov, every Blitzcrank hook, someone needs to check his PC. I think after this game again, I'm just going to look over to the stage. It is Lebrov. It is Lebrov, I can confirm. But again, I got to give him respect. I know it was him because, like I said, last split, he was popping off on Blitzcrank. One of the best engaged pick supports here in the LEC I've found at the start of this year. And every time he lands on the Caps, you see Zhonya's used last time. Flash used this time as well. Caps does have the Zhonya's for the next route, but remember again, without that Flash, if he gets caught out and locked down with CC, he's dead.
G2 just spotted, I think the Labrov wanted to reset, so that's why they're starting to play aggressive in the mid-wave. He started to recall on a ward, placed the pink, cleared it out, and now G2 say, hey, you don't have the numbers advantage. Ice, also no edge of nice, but I don't think they're quite able to capitalize on it just yet. Will give themselves mid-control, though, as they start to move and drift in towards this Dragonair.
Brokenblade is tanky enough. 3 items for this guy as well, and he's got Jack shows, so staying in combat is such a plus for him. Trying to poke them out as G2 walking in. Remember, the Skies Descend is back up available for Caps as well. On this 4 item now, Aurelion Sol with Crypt Bloom just picked up. BDS trying to do their best to hold this way. We're looking at side lanes, they're pushing in and pressuring, but maybe it doesn't matter. Onslaught coming through onto Ice. It's Brokenblade in the back line, and he takes the Chains Corruption while Adam is getting poked. They're playing front to back. G2 again, the front to back. A Death Rocket again, excitement from Hans Summer. G2 are allowed to play their game as the Skies will fall. I can hear Adele once more. G2 have been given the game that they shouldn't have been given. BDS walk into their trap, walk into their front line, and now walk into Caps. You can never doubt them, can you? It's just a G2 thing.
The second the Edge of Nights are burnt onto BDS, G2 pull the trigger. They get it on Ice, they get it on Adam, they get it off of Labrov, and they go in immediately. New spot on the ward, though. He's in no man's land.
He is. He's got Flash available. How can he get out? I mean, teleport there, and they're not going to chase him. They're going for the Barret instead. Dagda, I hope I didn't curse BDS talking about how good their team fights are. But it is just comical at this point. It doesn't matter if it's regular season or playoffs. How are G2 able to turn games around that feel like they have no business being turned around? Scaling or not, I don't care. G2 are back in this game, and 3K now the difference, and we'll watch it again.
But that's the thing, right? Ice, no Edge of Night, immediate engage from BB. You see Adam loses his Edge of Night, immediate engage from Yike. They're playing off of these timers. As soon as that item is expired, that's when they're going in, and the chase down is massive. Caps having the Skies Descend, that AoE slow is huge, because not only does it get Labrov, it slows Sheo enough for Mickey, able to speed up, or well, flash in, polymorph, slow, set up for the rest of G2. And it's just overextension from BDS. They didn't need to take that fight. They wanted to try and play it slow, but Hansam and Cap so well protected, they're just able to find that moment to fight back.
While I'm, you know, talking about reliving the past and seeing G2 just win another fight in a game that maybe they shouldn't be looking to win, we have to be real. We talked about the scaling. Caps there in the last fight. 7,000 damage on this Aurelion Sol, 400 stacks picked up. Also, Hans Sama is starting to beef up a bit with the damage numbers as well. Just looks so minimal because Caps took over the damage charts. But it's a setup. It's the perfect team fight in G2 now. They picked up the Dragon, putting us on a 3-minute timer until Sol. BDS are looking for a pick themselves, but G2 have numbers advantage down here. Dagda, I'm just looking at those teleports again. Nuke can join in, Caps can join in, Broken Blade and Adam can also join in. So this can turn into a 5v5 at any given moment.
It's as soon as Cap shows on this our top wave, that's I think where BDS might try and look. Labrov has the ultimate if he wants to. Caps has TP available, but they might be able to pick someone off just beforehand. They're trying to spot it out.
I mean, Baron is up on the top side of the map. It's rare to see teams forcing so heavy on the bot side. Cap still holding off mid. New gets tagged down as well. Adam is going off to La La Land himself. Wonder what it's like over there as Yike is trying to play between.
He doesn't realize Adam has to back away, trying to wrap in behind G2 and catch them off guard.
The edge of night.
Here's Caps.
Crash down as well. Astral Flight, Magnet Storm. A Sky falls once more. Adam is going to get tagged out. He almost survived it, but his Nuke flies on in. The stun from Lebrov helps out. He gets auto attack. Sonya's down as well, but Hansama here to help out. Nuke's ulti is good as well. Sends Yike away. The space build as Hansama flashes over you, maniac! Absolute monster, putting on absolute cinema. BDS lose 2, G2 with 1. They're the ones with Baron and even though Nuke saves the day. Summer starts feeling himself on this jinx.
G2 just feel absolute. BDS, they're trying desperately to keep them off the towers, but nobody kills Sion when Sion is this big and ice. A lethality bar is tickling as best he can. But Mickey, not so lucky, taking a bit of damage.
Summer's excited, he gets excited off inhibitors now. Remember, Shao going to get tagged away, the range is there. Minion wave coming in, BDS are behind this, and G2 are just looking for the end. 35 minutes in, as Adam is up in 5 seconds, but it won't not matter. Summer keeps getting excited. He's gone! He's cleansed, he's dead. Mickey now left alone, and he too will drop. G2 got excited, looking for the end, and the TP in front means that G2 might get punished hard. Running forward, Broken Blade is interrupted, and Adam is also going to stop him in his tracks. Top laners battle out, and as frustrating as it is to try and kill this Sion, BDS need to do it quick because so many members are there, but Cap's coming through. Sends a falling star down. Adam as well getting tagged around and gets executed. The ulti from Yike as well sends up another. I thought BDS were going to switch it around again.
Nuke TP to the bottom wave and didn't decide to join, and now Labrov has to flash away as Nuke is there. Can they kill Caps?
Wait. Caps is huge. Sends in the singularity, flashes away from the Emperor's Divide. Yike is jumping over the wall, gets a star, but look at the ticks. Aurelian Soul has not only scaled, he has consumed the world.
And look at the death timers. 30 seconds on Adam, 50 seconds onto Nuke, and a soul on the table in 30 seconds for G2. That was the moment where BDS could have fought back. They thought they had the win, but they didn't coordinate, they didn't join up, and G2, that moment of hesitation from BDS is punished.
Well, round 2, teleport comes in, electric boogaloo.
Mate, this is like round 16.
Yeah, true. It's just round 2 in the base. If we put a timer or a tag down everywhere, we've had to fight to be different pieces. G2 now charge on in. 5 members up. Nuke is not up for 20 seconds to help this defense. It is a numbers mismatch as Ice has to poke them down, but Broken Blade won't let it. Sets the engage into Shao, who Stormbringer's out in the back. And remember, you need Summer, you need Caps. That's a start with some of the damage as World Ender from Adam, but his Edge of Night has been popped again. Poke doesn't reach from Ice as Adam continues to chase on down, but the movement speed's too much. Dragon's up. It's an easy solve for G2. That would be greedy, maybe silly, if they got caught at the base again. Arrow hits a Sion, means nothing.
Nuke has just respawned, so they're going to start to push him mid. And BDS, they will trade Dragon for vision control over the Baron.
Yep.
Waves have been slamming themselves into this topside turret of G2 for a little bit of time, but you're not really going to be able to punish that as BDS. But if you can find that pick, you can find that moment, BDS, they can definitely come back. You're looking at a near full build for Nuke. He's one item away from that, but the problem is that, as you rightly pointed to yourself on the screen, Hansama nearly at full build as well, having picked up the last Whisper. And this is where he's just going to be able to tear through so much the front line from BDS. But this lethality is just not getting the value you need against the tanky stats G2 now have available.
And I mean, the damage is now shredding through any portion of Bruiser you have on BDS. I mean, Mickey's got Zaza, he's also got all the other buffs of the Ardent Sensor on Hansama. I'm just waiting for that last Whisper to upgrade. And we'll see after we come back from the gold graph again. The game that should have been BDS is thrown away, and Hansama, he's now here to stay. He's full build. Full build on Jinx as Baron now spawns. No other timer coincides with it. And remember, broken inhibitor on the bottom side, that wave is eventually going to become a problem. So G2 are playing, no, they're not playing patient, not at all. They're just finding a pick on the Shao. Stormbringer out as Yike's angle actually really good. Magnus Storm on the Nuke. He has to disengage at half HP. The skies now descend again. The damage is just busted. He flies on in, gets stopped by a couple of soldiers. But what are soldiers to a god? It's Labrov running for his life. It's unfair. It's disgusting. You turn away. No one can look at it because Caps now runs the map, runs the world, and G2 run the heads of BDS. They are mind controlling them. Adam's going to resurrect, but Caps went golden to stay alive and set up a potential quadra. Ticking away. There it is. Where's my Penta? Give it to me, he says. He cries, he flies, he chases, and G2 thrive. Look at Shao on his deathbed. Look at the Penta being set up. He won't give it to him, but another flight. We look in the picture-in-picture. We wait for Caps to get a Penta in the upper bracket final. We're only seconds away, Shao. Just give it to him. And finally, Caps has shown how much in BDS's head he truly is. well-deserved pentakill.
Aurelian Sol has landed in the LEC, and Caps has a big old grin about that fact, but it is heads down for BDS. That was a hard-fought game. They matched G2 so well. They started to get that lead, but couple of mistakes back to back, and G2 punish.
Somehow, some way, G2 just keep doing the same damn thing every damn day. We'll go to a short break, but when we return, let's see if BDS can pump it up again for a second game.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
He can't, nor can Broken Blade. Decimating smash down, that is first blood. There's Ignite, Heck Flash over the wall to help out, but Mickey's one more auto away. Sheriff flashes over, trying to help out his jungler as LeBron now dives as well. 4 kills and he able to give us more.
Okay, just run. No time. Jinx is flash, no? Yeah, Jinx or some.
Let's all take a deep breath now, guys, okay? Like, game is simple, don't stress.
Yeah, I think it's winning.
Go.
I'll fly. Help me. Yeah, Ajax can't hit right now. I mean, Azir can't hit right now.
G2 hits first in this best of 5 and is 1-0 up over Team BDS. But we saw something that I remember from way back when. Lane swaps are back. Apparently. Why?
I think it's super interesting to see what they did, right? And it's very clear to me that G2, they had a very clear plan with the draft that they wanted. They had so much scaling on the side versus such a potent early game that BDS had drafted with the Varus, Ashe, and Volibear. They really needed to find a way to mitigate that potency and ensure their scaling.
So I think what's really cool about this is not only that G2 came in with a plan, but BDS was prepared as well. And if we look at the clip right here, you can see BDS walking in level 1 to place vision the enemy jungle. It's probably something G2 has been practicing in scrims, to be honest. It's a pretty common strategy from back in the day with Sion, with a weaker bot lane. And BDS, they walk in to get the deep vision, they defend their own jungle, knowing that Sion is probably going to stick around and try to go for the invade. And them being one step ahead was so huge for the early game, because in a perfect world for G2, they pull off the invade, Sion can just secure the red side quadrant for his jungler, he TP spot, and all of a sudden 3 sides of the jungle are secured for them. But obviously it didn't matter, and you know, everything ended up being a little bit chaotic from this point, but you could just see BDS from the get-go one step ahead, and G2, they didn't really know how to respond after this happened.
Yeah, and I do think that the big thing was, something to keep in mind, the bot lane could have gone even worse, and this kind of play mitigated that potential dive that we were going to get from the Varus Ashe, which usually translates into a lot of poke, and the 2v2 being very, very difficult, was then kind of muddled up, and it just turned into chaos, so that whilst the Varus was 2-0, the entirety of the bot lane for Handsama in the Jinx Lulu lane wasn't that far behind. They were just 0-0-0, and it was only the Sion that was dying.
We weren't there yet, though. There's a lot that happened also. I saw an Aatrox in the bot lane. Like, can you tell me what happened after that initial skirmish and why they decided to make the decisions they did?
So after the immediate fighting that starts level 1, everything becomes a little bit crazy, and people just have to cover all lanes to make sure they get the golden experience. But what we saw from G2 is that the moment they could match recalls between the bot lane and between Broken Blade on the Sion, they base at the same time. Jinx, Lulu goes top and starts taking plates. Worth noting, Lulu had Demolish, so they could take the tower even faster. So they take 2 plates, base, do the same thing. Miki and Hansama walks out mid from base. The moment they see Aatrox being top lane, they realize, okay, we can do this again. So they go 2v1 versus the Aatrox, take another 2 plates, and all of a sudden the bot lane that should have been really far behind from laning versus Varus and Ashe is now, well, I was about to say in a great position, but unfortunately for them, Varus went 2-0.
He did.
So they were, close to even when it could have been a really brutal early game.
You guys loved watching this, I feel like, from a strategic standpoint.
It was really interesting, and I absolutely love when I'm looking at this, like, what are they trading? How much gold are they actually trading between both side lanes? Because it's not normal. And in the end, what happened was G2 were trading plates evenly. By 6 minutes, you had 2 plates taken top, 2 plates taken bottom, and they were really using those trading tools with the Jinx extremely well.
I think what you need to keep in mind is that if you go for a draft as greedy as this one from G2, like, it's probably the most greedy draft I've seen the entire split, to be honest, you have to come up with a good plan of how to survive in the early game. And here, it didn't go their way at all. Like, they had a pretty good strategy, but because BDS was one step ahead, it didn't work. And even then, even though they fell like 6-7k behind, because of the scaling, they came back and won in the end.
It was crazy to see. Of course, Aurelion Sol is just...
Yeah.
It's just Aurelion Sol. Also, we're going to be covering the draft here on the desk, so I'd love to pull up the draft. And can you kind of explain for newbies like me why this draft is so greedy into Team BDS's comp?
So right now, Volibear is the strongest early game jungler in the game. Varus, alongside Ashe, is probably the strongest 2v2 bot lane. And on G2's side, you go for Rel, strong team fighting, not particularly strong in the early game. Jinx, Lulu has no way of responding to the enemy bot lane. And I think in 4-5 is where G2 has to decide, are we going to pick something aggressive mid and top to make up for the weaknesses in especially bot lane, or do we just commit? And them picking Sion there showcases pretty clearly that they're committed. And I think they did it purely because of this strategy, purely because of the lane swap. And I think with that in mind, it was really, really smart. It's a shame that it didn't go perfectly for them because
but
BDS,
they still won, so.
yeah, because BDS were well prepared. But I think this is the cool part of a series, that you can do something unique and different. And even if it goes wrong, you can come in and play normally, or well, not normally, but you know, you can take a safe draft in the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've got to say, like, what adaptations do you make? Do you deny the Scion now? And if you do that, do G2 have another thing up their hands, right? Can the strategy be played even with Scion being gone?
Well, BDS selected to go to the blue side. This is kind of new. We didn't see this happening mostly throughout yesterday either. So that means they definitely do want to switch it up, I would say, because if I was BDS, I would be pretty frustrated because, you know, you see that the strat is telegraphed and you actually fight against it really, really well in that early skirmish. And you kind of see the matrix, but not really. G2 still see it better, right? So I feel like it's a frustrating game to lose, knowing that you had at times the control. You had your Varus that could also take over games. You had the Azir that was actually doing quite well as well, but it just didn't work out that way.
Yeah, and I've got to say, I wonder if because they had all the early game tools in the world and it still didn't work out, they just flip the switch, go back to the BDS of old, and they start picking Rakan, Zeri, Vi type champions again, where you have to scale up and give them some more leeway.
I think what's cool about this is that I expected the draft to be the opposite way, with G2 having more aggression, with them taking control of the early game and BDS being on the scaling side. And I think this is why BDS wants to go blue, taking control of the pace of the draft, and kind of, you know, make sure they get back to comfort.
Yeah, Aragon, actually, you were saying this the whole time. You're like, I'm so confused because you could switch to drafts, and I think that would be more expected.
And for that reason, that's why I thought champions like Volibear would be really high priority for G2. Not BDS, but it ended up being BDS taking it away. And there it is again.
Volley!
I think Volibear, especially now with Rel being out of the picture, is a very high power pick. G2 is going to have to decide whether they want to lock in the jungler immediately to respond, or if there's a bot lane duo that they want to secure. Now they could decide going for the aggressive bot lane, like, you know, the Varus and Ashe again, or they can just be confident in their scaling and abilities to survive early game. Worth noting that the only really, really strong early game AD carry that can shut down Jinx now is the Varus, because Kalista is banned, Draven is banned, Siri is out of the picture, so you cannot outscale her. And, well, it looks like there's a good chance G2 goes the same direction.
I mean, it's a hover so far. I think another prio pick here is the Azir. The problem is that if the BDS take it, Caps has the Asol again, which is still up, right? So Caps could take it too, and then they have insane tower trading tools once again onto towers because of Jinx passive plus the way Azir functions. But Jax Flex, that's something else that I was really thinking about coming into the series. I thought it'd be fantastic because it's really good into the match at top lane, as well as the jungle in the isolated 1v1.
Yeah, I think there's a very high chance both of these picks, Volibear and Jax, are going to go in the jungle. Jax often is a good response into Volibear because it's like the one champion that can actually match his pressure and fight back early game. G2 probably realized that coming into the second game that they were a little bit too scaling oriented and that they should in fact not have won the last game with BDS, snowballed a little bit more cleanly. And the draft is playing out in a similar fashion with BDS being heavy early game, but I do like G2's adaptation and making sure that they have some power as well.
Yeah, I think if you're G2 now, you want to hold R5 or BV. I would absolutely hate to blind pick into Adam. Even with bans, I think it can be an absolute disaster. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Darius and Olaf ban. I feel like that's just standard at this point, second rotation versus BDS, even though you do have Jax already locked in.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see what's going to happen to the Aurelion Sol and whether BDS is going to let that open again. Caps has now played it a couple of times. He got a Penta last game when he played it last week. He, you know, got play of the series as well, looking absolutely incredible on this champion. So we'll see how it goes. Rek'Sai being taken away from Broken Blade. I think overall, just find a way to make sure that G2 doesn't do the same to you. Don't give them that kind of scaling. Don't give them that opportunity to just, well, basically play to survive and then win from 20 minutes onwards if they go near even.
Yeah, Orianna ban signals that they might be fishing for Asol or Ziyech, because these are Orianna's pretty good into them in lane. They outrange. Orianna outranges, right? So that could be a fish. So we might see one of them banned. Rumble ban was to fish for Rek'Sai blind as well, potentially, because that is a really good matchup. That's one of the go-to counters into the Rek'Sai. So naturally BDS adapting and taking away. Now it's up to G2. Do they want to preserve the flex to R5? Or do they want to blind pick top here and give Caps counter pick?
If I was G2, I think with what we've seen out of them, knowing that Nuke is probably going to take a Seer and giving Caps the Aurelion Soul counter pick, it would make a lot of sense to pick top despite it being up against Adam.
Nah, we're
G2 says
picking
no.
Talia.
They went for Talia. Talia is also pretty good into their Seer. One of the Seer's biggest strengths is his early laning phase and the fact that he's very independent, self-sufficient. As Talia is one of the champions that can actually match his pressure throughout the entire game. She's incredibly strong with Nautilus as well, because every time he CCs somebody, Talia follows with W and they one-shot.
If this is a Gragas blind pick, the best answers into Gragas blind pick are Aatrox and Gnar. Those are the go-to. They usually set a ban in order to be able to pick Gragas. So I'm wondering if BB will pull that out there. He has been practicing a bunch of different stuff in solo queue as well, like the Twisted Fate, but that's banned. So I think it's probably going to be Aatrox R5 if their draft, which is very short range, is anything to go by.
I mean, maybe they just go Ahri top. And
maybe like yesterday.
They watched yesterday. I don't think so.
So if this was a solo queue game, if I was on G2's side and if I would pick a top laner, I would lock in Olaf and just slam with this Gragas. I think Olaf looks fantastic into BDS as well. The entire team.
Oh, and Adam loves it. It's like adding insult to injury.
Yeah. Pick Olaf
Come
versus
on,
Adam.
do it.
I think Aatrox is just the most standard blind, and we know that BB can take it away. But it's not going to be. It might be just the standard front to back of the Cassandre. BB also
Don't doubt
does
yourself. Oh, it's just
This is the classic G2.
It is, isn't it?
Play so many carries during regular split, but when playoffs come around, they tame him on duty.
But
Cassandre.
they're one game up. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Just lock in something
Slam the
spicy.
Olaf.
Show your dominance. Dunk him in lane.
Exactly. Brox's words. But anyways, now that you see kind of the plans that both have come up with, you still have a fair bit of scaling again on G2's side. Will they be able to match on that side of Team BDS, and do you think they've given themselves the tools to?
I think this time around, they have a lot more tools with Jax into the Volibear, with the Talia into Seer. And I think for G2 to have a bit more agency in the game and being able to fight back, this is a much greater middle ground. I think last game they relied on BDS making mistakes rather than them actually just, dominating on their own. Now, they can also be fracked.
Yeah, I think bot lane can be volatile in a draft like this with the hook champion into the Lucian Nami. You also have mid push for G2, which can transition into going down bot side. The thing is that you also have the Volibear, which is incredibly proactive early. So I think this early game is going to be a little bit of a bloodbath, especially down bot side.
Oh, I love to hear it. A bloodbath in the early game. Yes, let's see it. Let's head over to our caster.
Let's hope. Let's hope the 2v2 is explosive in BDS's favor. Game 1 was taken from their grasp. It shouldn't have been. Guys, let them in. They've got beers. Don't spill it. As we get ready for game number 2, I mean, yeah, we might need a few because BDS held control. It should have been theirs. G2 did the classic G2 thing. I like that the desk was talking about more tools here for G2. They don't have to wait for BDS to run into them. More proactive tools here coming into game number 2. Whereas BDS for that bottom side, even more explosive power. Now, Lucian Nami, you've all heard it before in EU, in NA. There's been issues, let's be real. But our top teams can play it. No, Hansummer and Mickey can also play it. So Ice and Labrov, hopefully, we get to see one of their successful games too. Dagda, game 1 is looking nothing like game 2. Because game 1...
we're in our actual lanes.
Yeah. We're not lane swapping. We're not looking for early invades. It's a standard fan. Just a quick reminder, if you're tuning in now, this series does not guarantee MSI for BDS. I know it's been said before, but for G2, they've already locked in MSI. They're just looking for their championship and, of course, first seed as well. Getting to that grand final would be huge. And again, cement the fact that G2 really are consistently the best team in the LEC. I mean, after game 1, we're already seeing some of the power of people like Caps. Saw a tweet coming from Casual saying, Caps just kind of runs this region, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, it ran that last game as well.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, even I Will Dominate was tweeting, hey, how many teams would look amazing if Caps just jump ship to a different squad, but BDS, they have to try and get through G2, and they have to try and get through Caps, and especially when he's on the Talia. I agree with the desk. I think this is going to be something where he's able to play pretty heavily around this bottom side, and the key to winning this game as G2 is to shut down Ice and Labrov.
Yep.
Just put the cover to 2. He's playing quite aggro on the wave.
We trade from Labrov as well. Remember, the ebb and flow can bounce back and forth a couple times, not just a single. G2 pulling back from the lane while Ice and Labrov doing exactly what you'd expect out of the 2v2. As mid just fires a couple of shots at each other as well. We set up in this draft for the counter pick on top side for G2. We're like, oh, it could be anything. Broxer and Shock's getting really excited. Maybe like run Olaf into it. Aragon's like, no, I think the Aatrox here would be good. And then we get Cassante, which, let's be real, is probably the worst out of all three.
Yeah, look, Cassante does Cassante things, and we're well used to it at this stage. Sheo trying to do Volibear things, though, and find his success in the early stages. Going to go for the invade. Was spotted on several wards. They're placed by G2. So, like, very much aware that there is a bear in his jungle. I'm going to try and catch him out here.
Health bar is okay for Mickey X and Hansama, but remember they're only level 1. Labrov level 2 walking in to support his jungle. Yike hovering here. Will Caps do anything about it? Well, he's been poked out too, so it's just what you see is what you get as a miss smite. Sheo takes it off him. Yike could have had that, but now Mickey X with the re-engage by himself with Ignite down is hoping for the best, but he's just given first blood over to Ice. A bit of a whoopsie from Yike leads to a whoopsie from G2.
And Yike thought that maybe he could steal the blue and just ward hop away, so I can understand where Yike's position was coming from, but he ended up putting Mickey between a rock and a hard place. Now might have Hansama in a terrible spot as well as Ice. Won't be able to shove in this wave, so maybe won't be able to look for the dive on towards the Jinx, but still an early kill to this Lucian is exactly what BDS wanted.
It's rough. And again, when Ice has been able to take some leads, I mean, more so than not, he's been able to run the map a bit more. Let's just pause. Adam and Yike seeing each other here for the first time. Adam just zoning off on the top side scuttle. Yike being denied resources. Already a bit of a lead here from Sheo. But not only getting that blue buff, he'll get top side scuttle. He just picked up bottom as well. He's got his own top camp to clear, Dagda. And look at what Yike has up. A little bit of nothing. There's nothing there. There's so much for Sheo to get in this early lead, which, you know, like last game, even though it was a different matchup, Yike was falling behind CS as well. And in the jungle matchup, Sheo was taking over those individual leads in gold and level 2.
And this is something we got to see a lot at the start of winter was we're playing off of bot aggression into these invades and using the fact we have that bot prio to easily go for a lot of nuisance and causing a ruckus in the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
And you could easily try and go for a repeat here. You get the double scuttle here for BDS. Sheo can reset and then move into that bot side as the camps are respawning if he really wants to, as Ice can collect this wave, reset, and then be able to match that play. But I am kind of curious to exactly what the game plan is, because it actually looks like at the moment, with the way that Sheo is pathing, he wants to try and go and punish G2 potentially off this bot wave push, but also could just reset, go into his top camps, and maybe try and catch Broken Blade out.
Yeah, they might be setting up for a punish on bot side instead. Dredgeline not connecting, maybe for the better. Sheo was just waiting for that overstep from G2's bottom lane to come in and set up BDS's just a little bit further. The wave is getting thinned out though. The power of Gragas on the top side and the counter punch needs to be noted that you still have a really good early wave clear, good sustain as well. And as the wave pushes in, Yike has just moved away himself. But although being spotted on a ward near mid and Caps, as they still think about it, Dagda, nevertheless.
They didn't spot Yike though, so Sheo gonna now see that at least Yike is up on this top side, so can imagine Caps is here. They need to try and keep his team safe. Caps will spot out the Sheo is here, and Nuke has started to roam, so G2 decide to call off the dive instead. They don't want to try and over-aggress there when Sheo's on this top side, so nice pathing from Sheo. We're kind of saying, hey, look, maybe you have a chance to try and play on bot side, but aware that Adam was probably going to need that help on the top end of the map as that wave started to crash. Won't get the Void Grubbed, but at least it stops Adam from falling behind in the matchup against Cassante.
Yeah, I wonder if Yike's going to take 2 or 3 here. Remember, we've seen a lot of plays throughout the split about adapting to the grubs. There's also, you know, the patch coming in that now heals them too. Makes it a little bit longer to take, but Yike is going to stick it out for all 3. Not worried about any tempo towards bot side, towards the Dragon anyway. It just gives him a bit more experience, a bit more of a punch back in when he's losing out in experience and gold again to Sheo.
That's the thing. He knows that none of his top camps are up, and you have to reset here as Ice to match the reset from Hansama, so you won't really get an invade opportunity really coming through to threaten those, so he just gets to move into his bottom side, clear that out, and then be able to reset to go top once more. So Caps, though, this is not the position that I think you want to be in.
He might have to flash over this. He sees Sheo now, flashes over the Emperor's Divide. Nuke gets stunned up. It's a good call, otherwise he was just dead again. As meanwhile on the bottom side, Labrov has overstepped. Ice was not here. Hansama's given a kill. I was about to say, BDS, your early game is looking as good as last one, but that overstep gives blood to Hansama.
Yeah, I think Labrov was like, okay, I'm going to try and play on Mickey, make sure that he can't reset. We have the item advantage coming into the lane, but overstayed and overextended. I wasn't fully focused on it because I was looking at what Caps was up to, but yeah, just trying to force Mickey to stay on the map that little bit longer and gets caught out. We'll get a replay of it just here. So he saw that Mickey hadn't actually reset, and then the Hex Flash. And Labrov, doesn't quite get behind the wall as well. That's heartbreaking for Labrov, but Now, Ice
We
on
come
the
back
evade.
in. No level 6 here for the 80 carries. Dredge line away, but Shao's in. Look at his damage. Sky Splitter auto. Ice matches it, but in the end, it's Lebrov to get it. As Hansama also flashes away, but culling is available. Ice is ready to lock him down. Aqua Prison there. Stormbringer turns off the turret. Hansama is just dead doo-doo. Ice picks up yet another. And we are punishing mistakes all through this early game. That gives BDS an edge once again.
And nicely done by BDS to look for that again, just playing off the fact that they are stronger on this bottom side and you hadn't got those resets coming through properly. And because Yike has to try and help out, because Yike invests into Dragon, they know they just have the timer to go for this play as you just come off the reset. So push comes in on the bot side. All they're really trying to do is prevent Hansama from being able to collect this wave, but with how low Mickey is, not having that initial reset, he hasn't got any of those defensive stats on the Nautilus, so he falls relatively quickly. And now Hansama, he's hoping, praying that this Talia and Jax can get down to this bottom side, but they're nowhere near safe enough to keep him alive.
Second kill for Ice, by the way. Almost picked up a third, but Lebrov was able to sneakily steal away. I think he didn't expect the damage on Mickey X, so he ended up flashing for that. But still, nevertheless, you've got a static shiv now picked up on this Lucian. Shao now nearby again. And in on the analyst desk, they said focus bot. That's exactly what BDS are doing, but Dagda, who's nearby?
Caps is here, has the Weaver's Wall.
Culling is there. Weaver's Wall is going to cut them off now for the range on Hansama. They separate Shao from the rest of his team. Caps is in a 1v2, but the Death Rocket gets over the wall. Mickey X sacrifices his life, but will it be in vain? Yes, it will. Ice survives his third kill, even after Caps does the wear and tear.
And the fact that Nuke didn't have to join in means he's going to be able to push in mid. Won't be able to get a turret plate, but should be able to get a nice reset off himself if he really wants to. Although he's running Demolish, but yeah, I don't think he'll be able to get this, especially just spots Yike on that top side. So Yike now trying to respond with the cross
Get
map.
something. Surely, right? I mean, G2 are falling behind 2k gold in this early game. Broken Blade going to take a turret shot. Not the end of the world, but Adam stops the dive here, picks up his coins on the ground. That skin absolutely slick. What is in the barrel? That's honey. That's honey Gragas or something, because something's going in on that barrel.
Got the mead.
Yeah, the mead, yes.
I think it's Vandal Gragas. Is it oh no, it's the new High Noon Gragas, isn't it?
Oh,
With the pink chroma.
Oh, hell yeah. Making skins for that champion must be the funnest thing. You put anything in there, no one will ever know. More importantly, you can't get taken away. It's only the top side that's not doing the best for BDS, but even then, you know, in the Gragas-Pisante matchup, whatever, right? Look at the gold in your scoreboard in the bottom of the screen. 1100 for Ice. He's running the region of the bottom lane this game.
BB.
BB going to get stuck up to the bottom side. I mean, he's got Ghost available. All Out is there as well. As I said, BB was the only person ahead, but how much longer is that going to last? Under the turret plating, Ice is going to take one before they go for the engage. The Aqua Prison perfect as well. Ice tanks up then Lebrov, but it doesn't turn onto a full-on dive. Meanwhile, on the top side, they commit. Explosive Kato separates. The minion wave still thin. The range from Hansama to the rocket's good, but Mickey has to sacrifice his life. Hans might get excited, but Nuke is now here to separate, turn, and burn. The Emperor's Divide is there, but Hans is still at the end of getting excited here. So G2 going for another one. Yike jumps in, gets a stun up. Nuke flashes away again as well. BB, by the way, died off screen. Nuke gets himself a grasp rock. Hans doesn't get the kill. Caps does. We are starting to build up the pace yet again here in this game, while both teams are just cross-mapping for whatever.
Nuke didn't kill the minion wave with his ultimate, so Hansama is able to escape away from the turret aggro before he ends up tanking it, and that's where both BDS solo laners end up falling, but Nuke gets a ton of gold onto that bottom side, so it's kind of a big win for Ice if BDS are able to play around him. But a nice little bit of gold back into favor of Caps, especially with these Void groups going over as well. That's all 6 now to G2.
Yeah, he's the only one with a gold lead again over his counterpart. I was just talking about BDS running the early game. Speaking of which, though, G2 are going to get 6 grubs here yet again. How important is that going to be? If Hansama's able to free hit turrets, then absolutely, but knowing how the state of the game is, Dagda, I mean, Ice is in control. We just talked about it. The dive goes through and eventually works out. BDS still have the early game gold lead here. Ice almost 2 items at 12 minutes is absurd. And no matter how cheap Static Shiv is and the Lucian build path is, 2 items is absolutely absurd. And no one's going to be able to stand up to this Lucian army, and we're just talking about Lucian army in the West and how sometimes it can do nothing. I think it's impossible to do nothing when you have a lead like this and you're about to get first turret blood on said Lucian as well.
Well, the problem is Adam's about to die again.
Ah.
So
Braga's taking it all, I guess, and Cap's coming through. There's good burn, but Mickey Mickey dies. They haven't finished the kill off yet. They reset turret aggro. Zap avoided. Hans takes 2 on the way out. This is not clean. Nuke coming through. Hans under turret now in threat again. Nuke comes in for round 2 of the same robbery. They get the kill eventually as Yike is coming through. This might turn into a repeat dive. No flash available for Nuke. Is he coming into his death? Seismic jump there. Zap as well. Yike gets a kill and flashes away as the tidal wave from Lebrov couldn't help out. We continue to dance and G2 get in the turret topside. Claw something back. Even Broken Blade bot Dacta is getting some turret plating as well.
This is insane. Both sides trading on opposite sides of the map so consistently, and this time,
All out can be used. Adam just used his ult topside defending the turret. He TP'd down here, but Broken Blade is out of range. Adam gets away, thankfully, because that would have been so huge if he got caught out.
Now both side lane towers are down. You're still, thanks to the kills that have gone over specifically to the Lucian, you do have a massive advantage on the AD carry, but Adam tries his damnedest to get away from this. Mickey tries to tank up for as long as he can, but the ultimate coming through, that little bit too late for Mickey to escape away. He ends up falling. And then here, Hans doesn't want to be the one to tank the tower, so he ends up stepping away. Caps then doesn't get the angle on the Q, so he has to step away and doesn't get the flick back. But with the flash from Hans Sama, Nuke not having flash because he just burnt it in the previous dive, isn't quite able to find those kills back. So it's a little messy, but still, you're going to see 1,000 gold lead there for Caps. At 1.5 for Ice having just completed that second item.
Yep.
So BDS going to try and use that control of the mid lane to get this mid lane turret now with Lucian and Nami there, but also lean in towards Rift Herald in just a moment to pick that up as well.
I guess it's just about what you put more faith in, because G2 have obviously said the game plan is Caps move to top. Caps keep moving and keep getting the kills. I mean, it's more to it than that, isn't it? Caps is in charge again. It's not in the Aurelion Soul, but it's definitely a champion that can carry through in the mid game versus Ice on this Lucian. And as we get towards the Herald, as we get towards teams moving up, now we get a play again. Culling into Mickey, he flashes away. Flash away from their engage tool big as BDS get control.
But Nuke is now leaning across. That's all they wanted, was to get Mickey out of the equation, because now they've got the numbers advantage that they need to try and take Rift Herald and set themselves up for that. Nuke going to move back into the top lane to catch this wave. The Caps pushing in, but I don't know, BDS, they don't feel like the speed isn't there. This is where they should immediately be going for it, but because it's a Hex Tech Rift, I should say, Mickey's now back out onto the map, so BDS missing their window. You do have Lucian pushing in mid, so we will have to have Hans Sama collect that wave, but you don't really have as many tools now with Ice burning that culling to essentially get Mickey on a quick trip back home.
At the very least, look, BDS will be picking this up. Rocket's gonna go astray. Sherry picks this one up, okay. A Herald to bust open one of these side lanes, maybe, or mid, we should say. Looks like BDS could move this plan in immediately. Ice has a lot of wave clear. Sheo being very patient. Mickey going to be spotted on a ward. Yike as well on a ward. But G2 are like, hang on a minute, we're going to bait them in. Caps comes in once more. Sheo locked up against said wall as the poke comes through. He Stormbringer's out while Ice and Lebrov can't get in the fight. Kiting away, almost getting hooked in by Mickey. Was huge as Nuke. Now joins in as well. Sky Splitter for a bit of extra poke as G2 holds strong as a 4-man unit. Note, top laners are not here. It's only Broken Blade with a TP, and Adam can't join in. If this turns into something more while we ARAM, once again, like game one.
Ice's movement was clean there. Baiting out the hook from Mickey, making sure that they actually couldn't push forward as the G2 duo into picking off Shale, because Ice was always threatening the all-in, so they can't really go forward, and dodging that hook as well means that at least Shale will be able to burn his ult, but get out of that. And we go back to pretty bog standard. Reset comes through for the Lucian, picks up that BF sword. They're still going to try and plonk him in towards the mid lane. But I think you need now to be in a position where Nuke can push out, or Adam can push out a side lane and group onto this mid lane tower, threaten the Jinx, threaten a dive. But with Sheo not having that ultimate and Dragon in a minute's time, I think it's going to be a Dragon split here for G2 where they gift it. But actually it's just Hans Sam on the tower.
Yep.
So BDS, there's the group up that we wanted.
It's going to open things up, move back to that 2k gold margin, and while we do talk about Dragon, a quick note, Hans Sama with no flash available, but that should be up in about 45 seconds. Perfect timing for the Dragon contest, especially when we're seeing tools like Nuke really dive towards him in the backside. And we know that Nuke is going to be a big part to play here on this Azir in separating, turning, and burning. Getting down one target as quickly as possible. Onto Mickey again, Culling comes through, the damage amplified, Mickey dead! Ice with his 4th kill. That's what you want to see out of your Lucian Nami.
That's exactly what you need them to do. bursting down Mickey so consistently ahead of these objectives. And this, oh, Labrov, don't get caught yourself now, mate.
Right.
But going to be able to walk on out. But you got the play that you wanted. Now you've got the numbers advantage for the Dragon. But again, Mickey has the Hextech gates, going to be able to make his way back out. It's more about, hey, we bought time now for Nuke to push in on this top side. So let's see if we can drag Caps up there. I may need him to TP in as well. Caps actually not going to go up towards top side. G2 want this fight.
Want to fully force it, as you said, though. Nuke can join in. Good Aqua Prison. There's the wall to come through as well. Sheo going to Stormbringer out. The tidal wave zones are all four, but the explosive cast and the Nuke indeed. But it ain't the mid laner of BDS. It's the Nuke from Hans, Summer, and Caps. Man, where did they go, Dagda?
And they just got absolutely destroyed by the AoE damage coming through from G2, and Nuke even TP to the mid wave. So he's putting pressure on the top lane tower, but he forgoes it because he sees the disaster that BDS had of the Dragon. And G2, they get everything off the back of it.
Weaver's walls have been a pain, but more than that, you just see two members dissipate. Ice giving a shutdown over as well, over to Caps, I believe. Yoke picked up one of them, but we'll see in the replay, like, again, it doesn't matter what champion it is, does it? As Broken Blade gets the turret on the bot side. Adam can't defend that. Just waiting for this replay. Here it is. Let's watch again.
And initially, I thought the wall was actually going to help out Sheo. It splits him from the rest of G2, but Cap sends himself on over. Oh, never mind.
Never mind. We don't need to look because Nuke might just die. He accepts his fate. Sun turret's up. Mickey with the perfect hook. Zap is there. Ulti burn, but Hans Sama says it's my turn indeed. G2 open themselves up a kill. No Baron in the top side though, Dagda, but Hans Sama catching back up.
And now they're going to be able to take that wave that's about to come in and push on for the tier 2. So Sheo immediately going to go towards that. And you're just not going to have the support you need here.
I am concerned again. Game 1 was a bit of a flip and BDS made a mistake in a team fight with a big gold lead. This game has been slightly more concerning earlier on because G2 keep finding trades. And we haven't had that crazy lane swap, but we got trades all the same. Caps is such a big threat. 2.5k gold over Nuke, who's had a bit of a quiet game. He's been bullied trying to move to these top lane plays. But when G2 run mid game in this region as well, it's such a powerful champion who now just picked up Rabadons, by the way, as I blink again. And Caps' ability to move around the map is going to be something where I think we're going to start talking about to see if Ice is going to be able to predict, find picks of his own, and actually be as useful as we set up this big 3-item Lucian himself to be.
The problem is that Caps, for BDS, is that Caps is entirely self-reliant in that regard on the impact he can have. He can move around with the Weaver's Wall, he can catch people out, he's great wave clear, so he can immediately group up with Nuke. And if he wants to, cool, Yike and Mickey can come and join him like we're seeing at the moment. When you look at Ice, though, he's heavily reliant on other people to do the things he wants to. Needs Labrov in position. Wants Sheo to be there as well to threaten dives, to set up for plays, but we just haven't really seen Sheo grouping up with Labrov and
Tidal wave culling onto Hans Sama. Look, he takes all the damage. Sheo gets in the back line. Sky Splitter, Hans Sama down. Now Stormbringer brings Yike to the ground. BDS with two big picks. Broken Blade came in late, but it's a setup from Lucianami. If you're reliant on Labrov, no bloody problem.
And that's what exactly they needed to do. Get the rest of the team with Ice. And he grabs him by the scruff of the neck, says, let's bloody go, lads. And now Baron is on the card. You have no jungler. Reeby gone low, gone down.
Body slam and a barrel roll, an explosive cast, and another one hits the ground. Ice picks up yet another. BDS on the Baron. It's only Caps and Mickey, but as Tacta said, there ain't no smite in G2. We're gonna have to be polite. 3k, down it goes, and BDS swing it back. This ain't gonna be a sure thing for G2.
That was such a huge play for BDS to get. The fact that they're actually able to get work with Ice and Labrov, catch G2 as they're trying to find that momentum in towards the mid lane and get the Baron off the back. That's a massive, massive swing. And again, this is how you play around a Lucianami. Get the team there. Immediately that wave from Labrov, great onto Hans Sama. And Yike tries to save Hans Sama by going in, but it means he just gets the end of the culling, gets the business end of those bear claws. And then BB has to try and force BDS away. He knows that this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back in this game. But he just can't get in. There's so much disengage, so much slows from Adam. And they're buying the space that they need for Ice again to get the damage onto BB.
And Caps is dead. Okay, well, feeling the reels a little bit from what was a very unsuccessful fight from G2. but the success from BDS. Let's quickly talk as Mickey might be caught out. Acro Prison behind in case he turns away, but he was still CC'd up. Zap there as well. Caps with a good seismic shove back. Stormbringer out of the way. Wait, BDS, you're too deep. I'm about to compliment you. Stop it. Getting excited as Hunt, Summer and Sheo. Ice, run away. G2 might be low, but they're not forgotten here as the ultimate comes through the Weaver's wall. Says the Sheo, what nothing else could. You go nowhere. A shutdown as Broken Blade zones them off. Hexgate rig using so well. Going into brush. BDS don't know. Ice walking in, thinking, hang on a minute, where's this guy? The all-out burn. 1 versus 3, Broken Blade. I respect the grind, but now I know your story. Baron is still there for BDS to get away.
But G2 still got to hustle. Dragon is up. 3 dragons would be on the cards here for G2 if they can get that one. TP immediately from Nuke onto the bottom side of the map, but I think this has been the problem. So many times you've seen BDS trying to push forward, but Nuke hasn't been in a position to join the team. They're playing for the scaling on Nuke. When you've got the illusion strong enough, just try and play for that pick. Now, separate again. Nuke one side, Adam one side. Ice is going to be zoned off by Mickey and Caps. You need to link your players.
2K, 1K, Dragon down. BDS still thinking about it. Nuke has flash, but they're out of range for now. Adam says the same. So, sole point for G2. BDS still in control. They've not gotten too much with the Baron, but 1,500 gold, as Freak would say, that's the base play of Baron, where everyone gets the individual gold. As they now try and push with the last couple of seconds of a 30 to be precise. Sun turret goes up as well, waiting for the last wave to see if they can get in a turret and get that extra leap forward here for their mid game.
This is a nice wave from Labrov, just owns away the members of G2. And they're just going to try and use the last of that Red Bull Baron power play. You can see it just ticking off there to at least get something on the map for themselves. They're going to start to set down vision in this bottom side jungle, so at least Nuke can continue to put pressure onto this bottom side. But again, I think you need to be slightly more coordinated here for BDS. Too often they're trying to play for Nuke's advantages where you already have the advantage with Ice. It should be kind of, hey, Nuke gets the benefit when Ice has that pressure in mid, rather than trying to play for Nuke on a side lane.
It's almost 2 items, by the way. At least we've seen the Seeker's armor guard come out. It is large attached, but we'll see where that goes. On the other side, Caps picked up the Seekers just as I was speaking there. Remember, he does have the individual advantage. Still up 1,500 gold. Speaking of which, Ice 2,000. I'm talking about these leads because these are the carries. Ice, if he dies in the fight, maybe it makes things a lot harder for BDS. We know that naturally, Han Summer on this Jinx needs to get to 3 items. 2 and a bit there. Han Summer still dying at this point. Big for BDS. But Caps as well, his burst cannot be underestimated. Pivotal tools when BDS are still trying to fight for a game. Last split in Winter, you might recall it was a 3-0 in this same upper bracket. G2 wiped the floor with BDS. We're going to question, is it going to be the same deal? Well, so far it feels like BDS have had a lot more to say, and I think especially coming from this split where, you know, again, we're hyping up some of these underdogs. Teams like, you know, BDS, Vitality, people who we know can run either lower brackets or be in that top 4 upper echelon. We want to see them stand tall to G2. I'm going to say this is an outside source tagged up. We don't want to be a 1-team region, you know? Not that we are. We've had G2 Fnatic in the past, but we want to see these teams walk up to the caliber. Here in Game 2, it's still a 4K gold lead. Still talking about BDS, and still talking about how they're going to set up for this Baron in a minute 15.
Yeah, I think it's just to see the growth from BDS. We have seen them put the work in over the course of these last 2 splits, playing for side lanes, understanding macro, how to try and play to the map, and they've been trying desperately to match G2 for so much of these early games, and it has worked for BDS in the early stages. Now, when you get into the thick of the jungle, when it gets to that mid-game, that's really where you have to have your wits about you, and Yike has immediately jumped onto Sheo.
He's got Sundered Sky. He just picked up his 2nd item, so feeling strong. Sheo with his 3rd, by the way. He's a full tank bear with his Sundered Sky attached. But BDS, after pushing G2 away, have themselves the Baron to play for in 35 seconds. Dragon separated as a timer. BDS controls Sun Turret mid. And G2 are just scattering away for the time being. 4 items now, by the way, on Ice. I should mention that 3rd item for Han Summer just picked up on this Jinx as well.
Yeah, Ice is still very, very strong.
Oh, yeah.
As you say, an entire item ahead, so you can't really push forward as G2 in towards Ice. He still will have a lot of one-shot potential, and someone will say, like, Mickey, yes, you got the Aegis and the Wharton's Mail coming through, but if you're tanking that full culling, you're going to know all about it.
Flash, Mickey. Oh, wow, pick. Actually, it's onto ice. Step charges there. This is what we said need to be picked. LeBron Knight's been tagged away, but no one from G2 can get nearby. Caps ran forward. He's going to get tagged out as well as the all-out from Broken Blade is disengaged. Sheo is unstoppable. BDS. Nice pick onto Mickey after G2 initiated.
Adam was standing on that pink port that BB just cleared, so when Mickey went for the play, he didn't know there was a Gragas waiting in the bush. A double body slam onto Caps, onto Yike, prevents the follow-up. And BDS now go towards the Baron. Looks like it's going to be Dragon control for G2 in trade, or maybe the TP into bot lane from Caps, actually. They want the tier 2 tower.
Jack just spots them out. Baron recall's going to come in fast. G2 need this mid lane turret. It's 28 minutes in the game and they still don't find it. Dagda, what do you see?
It's an Adam TP directly into behind the Caps. Adam can interrupt.
Oh no, the wall comes first. The seismic shove doesn't connect either, though. Explosive cast dodged away from G2. Coming to help out the legendary mid laner. As BDS are coming to help out the legendary top. Spinning the wheel here. He's on this Jax against the wall. Sheo can't move. He flashes away to get out as Mickey now rejoins in the fray. 5 versus 5 on the bottom side as Dragon's 5 seconds away and BDS have taken a shocking amount of damage.
Flash from Sheo though, and the ult from Adam is completely gone.
So
this has to be fought, and Sheo's gone so low. Nuke stepping up, he wants to see if he can make the hero play, but they need Ice to get the damage with the culling.
After picking up nothing in the side lane, after having no interest there, BDS are like, let's 5v5, but Nuki has Flash and ulti available. Sheo on the Dragon, immediately at 5k. Denying the salt from G2 is a must here for BDS to find a win as Mickey stops the culling. Depth charge up as well. Explosive cast separates G2 though, and they can't kill Ice. The damage is so far away. It's Ice again with a triple, and BDS deny the soul, find the fight. It just feels like they're too damn strong to deal with.
Nuke went for the shuffle, and both of the carries on G2 flashed away, but it meant that Ice was left untouched. He could focus down BB, he could turn onto the members of G2, and now they can turn their attention to this bot lane tower. The Baroned up minions are going to do work against these structures.
I think we questioned at the start of the year with this 80 carry change, what would the new BDS look like? From winter, we got some kind of idea. From spring, we continue to develop an idea. But Ice being the core carry in this game, we are starting to realize the talent in this young man and what it's bringing to the table.
And you can see here, Nuke is setting up. He wants to try and get access to Hansam and Caps. He goes over the wall, gets the Emperor's Divide, but Caps and Hansam flash away. But the thing was, he bought the space he needed to for Ice, because that follow-up could have been devastating. The goes Golden to buy more time. They kill Mickey, they kill BB, and there's no front line left for the carries of G2, and now G2 in their topside jungle. BDS trying to set up onto the top lane tier 2.
Be a dive. Stormbringer makes it so easy. Inner turret zoned away. G2 thinking about hex flashing, but it's just Mickey who goes backwards instead. Yike moving in, Broken Blade moving in, looking to defend. How far can BDS push this to finally take a game off G2 this year in a BO5? It's looking real good. It's a 10k gold lead. Soul was denied in that last play. The Baron power play from Red Bull is 5,500 in their favor, and next is the base to crumble in front of their eyes.
Few flashes left on BDS, so if someone gets caught, that could be the end of it.
Wave's
G2,
cleared.
get rid of the wave. Still doubling cannons here. Will start to chip away at this turret. Adams moved mid. Is this Caps is feeling like he can go?
Out of range. Broken Blade tanking up for the time being. Nuke's damage insane though, even with 2.5 items. Broken Blade gonna get cullinged as well, unstoppable, but now shielded behind. Yaiku also goes to half HP. Inhibitor turret gonna go down. Caps running for his life from Adam. Trying to defend too, but Adam's so tanky. Taking up, explosive cast eventually hits Caps. Goes Golden. Explosive bomb that flies through. Won't matter either as Cripploon heals them up. Caps gets chased to the end of the earth. It's revenge for last game, Dagda, and BDS are serving this red hot.
You have nothing left here. Hansama needs to try and clear the wave, but just can't quite get in. Now we'll get a couple of auto attacks, so the wave will be cleared. BDS just want to try and rotate up to get this top lane inhibitor while it's still a 4 versus 5. They won't be able to end here, but they got so much in the base of G2.
What an achievement it would be to run this a 1-on-1. You're right at death's doorstep, at least G2's death in game number 2. Broken Blade tanking up for the time being. ISO not afraid to step forward with the GA. Nuke now setting up the bottom wave as they're going to break all 3 parts of this base.
They need to buy time for Caps. 7 seconds until the G2 mid laner is back up, but BDS are just going to back away. There is a TP ward just behind them if they
Where
really
is
want to
it?
try and overextend, but...
Oh, but they're going for Mickey instead. Don't worry about it, because Death Char's going to be used on Dice. Remember, he has GA, gets flicked back by Caps. It's nice as he goes into the GA for BDS, trying to finish the job. Adam with a double body slam might have done it. Nuke helps out as well. Meanwhile, on the back line, Yike's doing all he can to slow this aggression, but it's Nuke's story from this team fight we're going to focus on. As Shara runs down his counterpart, BDS will do the final touch, and it's not just a case of G2 finding a comeback. BDS still hit hard with their team fights. They still came here to play, and we're going the distance in this series as we find ourselves sitting in a 1-for-1. Scores be damned, curse be damned. BDS are here, Dagda. They're here in this upper bracket final.
BDS will deliver G2 their first loss in the spring 2024 playoffs. And honestly, what a manner to do it in. Ice has been incredible across the course of these two games. And this time on the Lucian Nami, getting BDS to play around them, getting the picks that they need, and finding the objectives to close out this game.
Well, G2 being tested and BDS finally on the board. We're one apiece here. Trying to find out who goes to the grand final. Game 3, right after this. Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ajas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Summer also flashes away, but culling is available. Ice is ready to lock him down. Acro prison there. Stormbringer turns off the turret. Hans Summer is just dead doo-doo.
I'm holding. I'm bouncing, guys. I'm behind them. I'm behind Lucian.
TP behind us, okay? TP on the left.
Lucian. Nice.
Jax no flash, there is no flash.
There is double flash.
No flash, Jax no flash.
Let's go. Push bot after. Maybe we can end, no?
Let's go indeed. 1-1. We're all squared up. BDS punch back, and we get at least 4 games today. I'm really happy. Ooh, that looks good. What we got? We got some strawberries, bananas.
Wow. I think I quit playing a little bit too early if that's what the snacks look like nowadays.
And here we just have some Tupperware with some grapes.
It's all healthy, okay? Yeah, the presentation looks better on the other side. It's fine.
At least I got grapes. Anyways, great stuff from BDS. Ice absolutely popping off, and kind of Goldborg showing, I think, also what we saw in Game 1, that they are definitely no slouches or pushovers in this game. It's just that it seems inevitable at times that G2 takes over. So they definitely made all the right choices to make sure that they got the win.
But I also just like how different it is from what made BDS good so far, which is just like slam him on Seri, have the late game, front to back, it's going to be fine. But now it's different. Now you actually have the availability to play that Lucian Nami. At bot lane, we don't often see have success in Europe as well, but they made it work to the fullest and completely ran away with the game for BDS.
Yeah, what I love about this is that BDS are finally gaming. They're actually participating. They used to be the most boring team to watch, in my humble opinion, of course. But now they are so aggressive. They're actually making plays. They're utilizing the fact that they are one of the best AD carriers in Europe by putting him on aggressive champions where he can really shine. And I think G2's bot lane has been one of the weaknesses here in the spring split. So I think taking advantage of that, brute forcing this kind of aggression, and twice getting G2 to try to swap Hans Summer away from Ice is really smart.
But I think it's even in scenarios where, like this, right? You can see this is just a pure outplay. It's a 3v3. It's not like you're making a macro move where you have a man advantage. It's you individually knowing that you can outplay the enemy. And it's not often we see that teams want to skill div G2 in the laning phase or making moves in the early game at all. So seeing Ice come through with the confidence that he is on a pick like Lucian Nami, which will often get PTSD for a lot of fans, is absolutely amazing.
I was gonna do that Spider-Man meme where you look and you're like, oh no, it's a Nami, but it's an EU Nami. No, it's actually a Korean Nami. So it's going much better. Lucian, oh my God! Why didn't you stop me?
I didn't.
Lucian Nami,
I was too fixated on you taking off the
Lucian, but it's like a Lucian Nami lane.
It's a duo.
Yeah, but the crux of it is the Lucian. Oh, I effed that up so hard, unfortunately. But the point of the matter is, Ice is also a person that we came into the day saying he could really make the difference because he is that other factor in BDS that could give him that X factor in order to bridge the gap. I love what you said there, though. You're not too happy with G2's bot lane overall. Is this a trend you have seen all playoffs? And is this the avenue for BDS to win?
I mean, it's not a trend we've seen throughout all of playoffs, but it's a trend we're seeing here when they're going into the scaling game. They are specifically picking a bot lane that they know they're going to lose. And they've then come through with strategic elements where they want to bridge a losing bot lane safely into the mid to late game. In the first game, they had the Science strat and everything that you guys broke down. In this game, they tried hitting Nuke on top lane instead, and as soon as the Lucian got ahead, they made sure that Jinx never had to play against the Lucian and find a way back into the game. But then disaster finally hit, because G2 had climbed their way back into the game, but in a 4 versus 5 here, they completely throw the game away.
And I think this is the big one. G2 actually was even at this point. They could easily have been first on the mid wave, took control, pushed it in, moved to Baron, but they were late on the play and they didn't walk all the way around to get to mid wave, leading to Hans Summer getting caught, dropping to 50% health before the fight even started. And I think this is not something we're used to seeing from G2. Normally, if they're in this position with a scaling comp, the game is over. But I don't know what's happening. It's like this series.
You're flabbergasted.
No, but I thought G2 would just 3-0 them, I'll be honest.
Oh, yeah.
But at this point, BDS might as well have been up 2-0 because the way they've played in both of the first 2 games is so incredible.
Oh, I love the way you put that, and I think it kind of signifies how we have this hope because we've seen this matchup so many times before, and you really are going to need to see something different from BDS to make it. G2 have selected to go onto the blue side again, going into this 3rd game, Goldborg.
That's so interesting. We've been in an entire thematic around playoffs where it's all about red side, but maybe it's about pick up a proud bot lane initially where you maybe not taking away this area yourself, banning it, and you first pick it yourself or whatever you come up with on the G2 side, because I'm sure they expected Well, at least different drafts and not the same thing they're going to play again and again. But once again, like you saw it on your screen, eyes on that Nami. Like you have to find a way to break. I did the same mistake. Why do we think he's playing Nami? Honestly, Delusion Nami. There we go.
Hey, supports need respect as well.
I think
Lavrov did great
Lavrov,
too.
you're so good, man. Look at the way you're playing.
No, honestly, it's like someone getting in our brain because often I do think we don't talk about Lavrov when he deserves to be talked about.
I mean, huge wave in that last fight we saw too.
Yeah, huge. Like,
So I think you gotta give credit to both supports in the series.
Hold on, where's this going?
Mickey did a great job going almost 0-10, just funneling kills into eyes. Lavrov did a great job peeling him and keeping him alive. Man, what a support series, really.
I mean, the Mickey Death Fund is it's booming.
We're not at the international
It's
yet.
booming.
There's no pick hims that you gotta go
there
for.
yet.
Coming into the Messiah prepared.
No, but like all jokes aside, this is something that we're gonna kind of like follow through because we have to remember when G2 was at Worlds, that bot lane was also a point of contention for sure. So BDS might as well try to exploit it.
I love this. G2 has made a lot of mistakes throughout the split, both in winter and spring. They've gotten away with it. We needed a team to actually challenge them, and now we can get to see what G2 has up their sleeves and whether they can actually adapt when they're under pressure.
But the copium we have, it's only one game, but it is one game in a best of 5. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 3. I don't know. Let's head over to our casters.
It's okay, don't worry. I'm huffing it as well. Seeing a game 2 from BDS, man, that's vacuum sealed to my face. However, going the distance is a different story. For BO5s, we know G2, obviously the more experienced team, but I don't like to give, a bit of flub to the broadcast. I think we need to be realistic. BDS so far in this series has been better through the early game, like last game, right? And especially Lavrov, I think, has been the better support. I'll say that hands down. The Ashe in game 1 was what was putting G2 under distress. Game 2, the Nami was insane. And alongside Ice, that bottom lane was running the bottom side of the map. But let's also be honest that Nuke as well, I didn't give him enough credit in teamfights, Dagda, but Nuke's zone control, his Azir was a pain. It might not have had the flashy score that Ice did, but also was a very big pick that maybe going into this next draft, we have to talk about as well. G2 chose blue side here, and already those same bans come through, as even the Nautilus flies through for G2 at the end of that final ban phase.
But I do want to come back to what you said, right? Because you were saying, BDS have been the better team in the early stages, and honestly for a large portion of this series as well. Because if you look back to game 1, it was 1 or 2 mistakes that let G2 come back into it. If those mistakes don't happen, game 1 is BDS. Yeah, this could be a 2-0 that we're looking at. So BDS, give them their due, they've been playing fantastically, and they're not being pushovers. It's not we're falling back to team fights like BDS have been doing. It's we are going to play the map. We are going to match G2 at what makes G2 special and beat them at that game. And I think that's a massive, massive step up for BDS. And coming into this now, you get that Varus in the bot lane once more for Ice, trying to get a good pushing lane there, especially with the Zeri already taken away. And now the question is, do they want to go back towards, the Varus Ashe and now taking the Jarvan, it looks like, to try and say, hey, you can go towards the Jinx if you want, but not actually going to be the case. Going to take that Volley Bear once more.
Still an early game jungler, right? But again, early game when it's been BDS's strength so far, and it feels like, again, that bottom lane has been a pure focus for BDS, setting up so far in the direction you expect. On the other side of G2, they go back to this rel that we know is a flex that Yike played in the first game, and he took a while to get going on it, but it still ended up being a really good engage tool. As let's talk about bot lane again. I mean, they're just very content on saying,
give me Ashe.
Give me scaling. And then you're right, BDS are like, hey, give me Ashe, probably, right? That seems like
it's the exact same draft we got in game number 1, right? Where you just take the Ashe now, you say, and honestly, all the shenaniganery that went on, G2 tried their best to get away from it all, but I do like that you just go back to take the Ashe, we can play for the 2v2. It looked good. Look, there was 1 or 2 mistakes, but I really do think that BDS can clean that up and just play for the same game 1 that they had already.
This is why I like best of 5s. This is why I like when we go in the best of series, the adaptation to not only the meta, but the draft in respective to your counterpart. G2 obviously coming in with the same game plan as game number 1, trying to get Hunsummer and Mickey, who they've had criticisms in playoffs so far. They've had criticism about how their laning phase has gone. They're just going to sit back and watch, while the Scion is one thing that BDS don't want to let through like game 1. Broken Blades engages were pretty sick on that Scion and made it pretty hard to get through that front line.
Especially since it is going to be lethality Varus, it's just trying to get rid of the mega tanks and make it difficult, because then it all falls back onto Nuke. And as we saw in game number 1, I wouldn't be surprised to see an Aurelion Sol ban here, just because that was where Nuke tries to be the big carry on the Azir, but the A-Sol is making that very, very difficult. So maybe it's a case of, hey, we're actually just going to ban an Ornn or something that is still a mega tank, and then we leave the counter pick for Nuke. But I think the A-Sol for Caps was just such a strong pick, and I don't think you can really give that across.
Some of Caps' best plays been on the Nico, so I understand that. The Talia follows through with the Orianna as well. A lot of mid lane is taken away, but Dagda raises a very interesting point. Mega Tank still available for Broken Blade in the Ornn that we even saw earlier from 369 in the top esports series where they blitzed over JDG. Let's see if it fits though, as for BDS, what's next?
The Rumble is open this time around.
Oh, it
Adam
is?
wants to go for it.
Great point.
That can set up really well. You got double AD carries that can provide the utility you need. The crash down, or the ultimate can come over the top, but looks like we're going to go back to it. They're like, look, we can beat the A-Sol. You can see Nuke shaking his head. He knows this Aurelion Sol is coming and is hoping that it will just be a different story to what we got in game number 1.
Oh, are they assuming that Adam's just going to go Cassante? Either way, there's Aurelion Sol. We set it up and an easy dunk down. Nuke great on the Azir though. Let's see how we can withstand and how this early game works for BDS, because now Adam has counterpick. Now in the past, Adam with counterpick was feared. I think Worlds is a recent example as well, where Adam did wonders with it as well with his God's Champion pool. But what can you run in this top lane, Dagda, or is it just, hey, let's just play something chill that can kind of win the lane and kind of play with the rest of the team fight?
Yeah, I think it is just going to be chill. It's kind of hard. You could, like, if you go Rumble, the Zac has a really good matchup because he can just continue to clear out waves. He gets to build an early Spirit Visage. He's very happy into those AP matchups. So going back over towards the Aatrox at least gives you some sort of way to play into this into this composition from G2. But the biggest problem is, again, you're going to go towards the Profane Hydra, the Edge of Knights, and BDS, again, are playing heavily for a mid-game spike with the composition that they have. So I liked what they did in game 1. It was clean up the mid-game in game 2. Or sorry, in game 1. So if they can have that coming into game 3, they will be able to find moments to play against this. But I'm curious what the early game is going to look like, because it was bedlam in game 1.
Oh, it was crazy. And I mean, the only difference this time, at least from G2's side, is the fact that there's no Scion there. Remember, everything else is the same as game 1 draft for them. Broken Blade this time, though, still the engaged tool, still the ability to play front to back. But Dagda, I think the more important part is your positioning is a lot more versatile for the back line as well. And you can be more of a nuisance. As Broken Blade on Zac top, this guy engineered it. He ran it against Cassante. He ran it when no one expected. It's his champion that this year so far has been one of the most impressive alongside his Rek'Sai for me. So we'll see how much damage can be done, because we're at 1 apiece. BDS, as we said, game 1 probably should have been theirs. Game 2, they take it away from G2. No comeback whatsoever. And right now, we go into a third game where all for this grand final, all for a chance at going to MSI for BDS. They took a chance on Ice at the start of this year, and he popped off last game. Let's see how he goes on the Varus this time around, as we're about to get into Summoner's Rift. Can G2 be tested? That's our biggest question of the day. Is it more than just a game? What does Cap's dad think? We don't know. He can't speak to the camera. Let's give him a microphone next time. We actually should. Next goddamn idea. We get a tri-cast with Cap's dad. Yes. Maybe we also find, maybe we get Nuke's father as well and get a quad cast going. Let's hold on to that thought. We're coming into game with BDS, bringing all 5 members in to force Yike out. I mean, it is just like game 1 Dagda, except this time it's starting on the top side.
And Salmon's already in lane on that top end. So again, BDS anticipating the reaction here from G2 to send Hansama into that top side to try and avoid Ice and Labrov, but hasn't actually been spotted. And they did, I believe, see BB on this top half of the map. So you can see the ward is there to try and spot BB going into lane. So I think G2 going to play around this. BB's going to walk into lane.
Yep.
So they think BB's on the top side, walk into the and then reset and immediately go boss.
No.
So they think BB's on top side.
Hang on.
Wait, no, he got spotted again. So they're going to see him walking away. I don't
Maybe
think he managed to skirt it.
Pretending to be in the brush. BDS and invading off this information. Yike sees them. The mind games are insane. I mean, that's what I loved about game 1, Dagda. We were just mind gaming up for this 2v2 bot.
but I don't know if it's a 2v1 on top side. Look at where BB is. He's going to start trying to move in behind Adam. I think they're going to try and look for a play onto Adam. Because you have the revive tactic for BB, you can look for a dive or some sort of hyper-aggressive
That's why
play
Mickey's
here.
baiting, right? With the Glitter Lance as well, he gets good damage down. He's running into Adam, and Adam's like, hang on, what is this guy doing? Remember Slingshot start as well? Probably. Maybe the W, no, it's the E. Adam flashes away. Ignite already burnt down from Mickey. It's a 1-for-1 trade technically, but Adam's getting zoned out completely. Broken Blade skipping bot for the time being. Remembering he has TP, they're not letting Adam back either. What a pain this is for the top laner. While the 2v2 of Ice and Labrov need to hurry up and get that shove in ASAP.
Yeah, they will be able to get down here. Sheo going to try and take Krug's hit 3 and be there for as this wave starts to crash underneath the tower. You have Yike in a similar position, but you've already got the top laner from BB in position to now help push. Now remember, a lot of the changes that we saw was that top tower is going to be a little bit tankier.
Yep.
You're trying to avoid this sort of stuff.
That's why we saw lane swapping originally, right?
Exactly. So you're still going to have a slower push here for G2 on this top side. As a Nuke getting a good amount of damage onto Caps there.
Caps has to be careful. I mean, again, we saw Caps in the early Aurelion Soul lane only last week. Try to 1v1 on this champion and get done out, but Broken Blade getting spotted out. Is it too late? Nuke gets launched back in. Caps sacrificing his own health bar as you've got the Stealth E in the middle as well. Caps flashes away. Nuke out of mana. Broken Blade has no levels though, so he doesn't have any abilities.
Labrov starting to move up towards the mid lane as well to help protect Nuke, but Adam hasn't really got a chance to farm, and in the grand scheme of things, if you're looking at two champions that won't get any of the success in farming, BB's going to come out on top, so... Oh, hang on, Nuke!
Oh, middle of it. Yike has
Flash,
flash available.
flash.
Shattering Strike. He was threatening it, and it was really smart from Yike not actually to commit it.
Exactly. Forces the flash from Nuke, because you can always Q flash as Yike, so you have to preempt the flash as Nuke or you die. And Yike's like, great, I'll take that summoner spell for free. Adam, though, stuck it away from the tower as BB now is actually starting to get to farm. We'll be able to get some CS, get off of this level 1. But Adam is going to be zoned away. Yike is in this top side. Sheo needs to get up to the top here to help Adam get to the tower.
He's coming quick with flash available. Adam's still level 1, but Shattering Strike, flash down, crash down. Skyfooter not helping out. Adam dead. First blood over to Han Summer. Sheo has to watch. Man, both these top laners just sacking all their CS, but the difference is G2 got a kill. Teleport from Adam now coming in. BDS want this to stop. Skysplitter slows down. Han Summer, Mickey, and Yike all running out, but after the TP, after Nuke walking up, there's nothing that can be done. And Adam once again has to play spectator League of Legends. Well, what's Broken Blade going to do on the bottom side, Dagda? This is still a dangerous 2v1.
But the thing is, BB can't really go aggressive onto Labrov and Ice. The double Halo Blades will absolutely rinse his health bar.
Yep.
But it does mean that Ice just gets to chip away at this turret and keep taking the plates. You see already down to 2 on the bottom side, but you're not really able to match it for G2 on the top.
Do you know what is annoying? And you know what is kind of smart from G2, though? Top laners in Game 1 and Game 3. 1 gets passive health through W. Game 3, this Zac gets passive health through abilities as well. There is sustain on these top laners. None really yet there for Adam. Just something I want to point out is at least Broken Blade is doing a better job of surviving in that poke damage.
And that's the big thing. The BB is going to be more valuable with less gold than Adam is going to be with the amount of gold income he has.
True.
And especially going to be behind in levels. BB will still be a threat and a dive onto the backline. And he's also half a level up, or actually a full level up, because he's been able to get in towards these waves and hasn't been zoned off in the same way G2 has. So Adam is going to be a null factor this game. There is nothing he can do at this stage. That is just the way that the cookie crumbles. You have to look at BB, though, as still that big access to the backline, can dive onto Ice, can get access onto Labrov, and he needs to be controlled here by BDS.
I know we've had a couple of lane swaps like in other regions as well, but few and far between. When last time we've seen a series consistently bring it into a meta almost as well. Like, this will be an interesting one to see how it develops with the remaining amount of games we have left, because in Game 3, now as we come back, Labrov stays top. This has not been matched by Adam. He went back towards bot side, but you can see Han Summer and Mickey are already moving across. Ice and Labrov, after getting grubs, are like, okay, now we got to back as well.
This time around, though, it is actually valuable for BDS in this situation.
Right.
When we think back to Game 1, it was G2 who got all the Void Grubs. As BDS, you're a pushing bot lane that doesn't have access to Void Grubs. It's a little bit miserable. This time, Ice and Labrov now have that. They've already taken several tower plates on this bottom side. They want to try and get that bot lane turret down. And now they're going to fake the reset here from G2. Play for, hey, of course we're going to go top side. We want to avoid yous. But Yike is here now. They know there's no vision.
Because Broken Blade
Sheo has to be here. Sheo needs to support this push. But Ice...
Flash cleanse. He's got to use one of them both, in fact, actually get Burn Ignite. Matching up as well. The range there from Hansama. The zap, the flash, the excitement. Lebrov flashes over the wall himself. Hansama gets the range. The Glitter Lance helps as well, but it's all a ruse. G2, literally Dagda, are still in their heads. Lebrov against the wall here. Shattering Strike. Another kill. I guess the difference is this time as Yike runs for his life is that G2's bottom laner getting kills off the swap. That wasn't like the first game.
It's G2 have Yike consistently with the bot lane. Yike is basically making sure that Hansama and Mickey are able to rotate themselves around the map. He's working with Broken Blade to zone Adam off of these differences. And Sheo hasn't been matching that pressure. Yes, Sheo's getting these individual advantages when it comes to the CS and was a little bit of the gold. But because he's taking Scuttlecrab, because he's taking his Gromp, he's not working with Ice on the wave. And this is where you need to shadow them. This is the most dangerous point. And the assumption that G2 had gone top lane comes back to bite BDS.
And the very low health support, also burning Flash as well, ends up dying to Hansama. We can talk about summoners in a second because so many blown for this trade, if you can even call it that. Hans is huge. And Dagda, even though game one, as we watch the end of this play, we watch Ice getting, I don't know, is that frustration? Feels a little bit frustrated after the way the early game's gone. G2 now diving topside. Adam flashes away yet again. This guy has been thrown out of the game consistently. Make it another time. They give it to Hansama again. You know what's frustrating, Dagda, is with all the kills going on, it's like the same factor exists like game 1-2, where they'll get to a 3-item Jinx and team fight and it can happen again. Caps flashes away Nuke with an early ulti. Astral Flight there, but it's interrupted. At the last Comet of Legend flies down as Yike flashes once more onto Nuke, who wants the blast cone but won't be given it. The support jungle duo do enough damage to take down the bird person. As Cher runs in, he's already used the Stormbringer. The Aftershock helps out as well. The Ignite 2, Skyspotter's going to give some shielding here, but Yike with the Shattering Strike gets rid of it and Mickey gets the kill. They make it work. They find more. 6-1. The early game for G2 is theirs.
And Mickey going to move back up to topside to ensure Hansama can crash the waves if he wants to. Actually, just going to go and look for the reset. As you can see, the reset coming through from Ice and Labrov. This has all come down to mind games. G2, level 1, BB faking going topside on the ward, catches BDS off guard. Then the fake on the reset in the bot lane catches BDS off guard. Consistently, G2 are playing off these assumptions from BDS, and BDS have fallen for them every single time. And now 6-1 in kills, a 1.5k gold lead, and so much of that has been focused onto Hansama. It's going to be so difficult for BDS now to get control of the map in the way that they need to and not fall victim to the better team fighting G2 is going to offer.
And you know what helped BDS in at least that first game is after we got out of lanes and started moving around, Lebrov started landing those arrows. Those Enchanted Crystal arrows came through and they're a pain for G2, especially Caps on Aurelion Soul. But Lebrov has been very slow to getting level 6. Mickey just picked up his own as he's been hovering around with a lot of these plays. First Turret Blood is going to go to G2 while I'm rambling away about these support ultis.
Second turret, they'd already, BDS got the ball.
Second Turret Blood then. Very exciting, you're right. Thank you for the correction. But still, G2 with the 2k gold leaders. Singularity is a pain on Grubs. Wow, I just found a new OP setup here as the G2 getting away, not 2, but 3 Grubs. Even Stevens here as the second round goes down.
Broken Blade still pushing in the bottom side, so G2 just want to back away. BDS going to look to disconnect G2's top side from Caps on midway, but I don't really think they can look for the dive without actually spotting exactly where G2 are. Sheo's starting to move into position now, but I think it's a little bit too late. They're going to rotate Adam back down into this bottom side to catch that big wave, but he's going to end up meeting Hansama and Mickey as BDS look to try and take at least some of the turret plates in this top half of the map, but yeah, they're just, BDS are behind the play consistently, and it's making it really difficult now to match up against G2.
Looking at items, I was seeing turret getting pushed in. Ice already on the Yomus. Mentioning it because we are getting towards our next dragon in 2 minutes. Broken Blade with the engage here onto Ice is nice, but Lebrov following through. Doesn't have the arrow, but does have the damage. Ice on the turret, though, is going to get bounced on. Broken Blade doing it himself. The one-man Gooey army does so well, while meanwhile, G2 are winning bot as well, Dagda. I've got to stop complimenting BDS, start talking about their items because they keep losing more in this early game. And Hun's now going to get another turret.
G2 are controlling and dictating the pace of this early stage. There is nowhere that BDS is safe. Adam is so far behind. this poke Varus way too far behind. And the only place that is a bastion of hope is Nuke in this mid lane, but he's not able to catch up with any of these plays. And Adam, he just wants the wave, man. He just wants a little bit of CS. He just wants a little bit more, please, sir. But GDS refuse. They are not taking any prisoners in this game.
You know how behind this Aatrox is when a Jinx, even with a Lulu right early on, just walks up melee range, doesn't care. I mean, Adam, this game, you said so well before Dagda is Broken Blade setting this up. No one's nearby.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you're 2 levels down.
He might be able to, you reckon, solo kill? He's got Let's Bounce again onto Adam. There's the jump. Good damage. Slingshot comes in. The W's as well hurt a lot. I mean, Adam just walks into brush. He's going to teleport out. Broken Blade's like, where are you? Oh, he interrupts. Oh, my God. He just found a solo kill on ice. One onto Adam. Couldn't be far off. Slingshot. An elastic one at that. Not going to come through. Adam runs for his life. This Aatrox cannot catch a break. Like you said, a Zac falling behind. Who cares? But an Aatrox falling behind, you're really burning in this top side for BDS as they try and get something on the bot in response.
It'll be Dragon that they're trying to set up for, but let's be real. 5 kills onto this Jinx, Static Shiv, and a little bit more completed, plus the Royal Ace Crystal Scepter for Caps. You're in a pretty good spot here as G2 if you want to try and contest, with BB having TP as well to try and come in, whereas Adam hasn't got the reset. He's so far behind.
Shayo's isolated as well. Magnustorm's going to come through. Zap helps out. Caps runs on in. Look, he just picked up the Sky's Descend. Mickey picks up the kill, and Caps running forward. Going to set up for Han Sama. Ulti not even needed. Well, look at top. World Ender indeed. It's BDS's world coming apart.
God.
Nuke sends up the ulti, but the AoE from Caps is enough again. Just keep giving Han Sama more and more and more and more and more as Caps looks at that final chase, doesn't need it though. G2 pick up the Dragon, they pick up more fans in the audience, they pick up a 5k gold lead, and Broken Blade is making fun of Adam this game. Under turret, who cares? An assist went to Caps thanks to the ulti, but for all intensive purposes, a double solo kill for Broken Blade.
And now more plates to Han Sama. More gold to G2, more map control to G2. We said we wanted this to look like game number 1, and G2 ripped up that blueprint. Said, screw any idea you have. You don't know what you're messing with here, BDS.
They must have heard us talking about BDS maybe being the better team in the series so far, and turn that back around. Let's watch this.
Yeah, this is, you had the TP from BB at any point in time to come in, but they don't really need it. Sky's Ascend is hit for Cap, so BDS have to run for the hills, but better positioning as well. But Hansam have been able to throw down the Chompers to deny BDS access to River. There's nothing they can do, and Labrov, that's the frustration of falling behind on a double AD carry bot lane.
It's, again, it's such a tilting early game for this game number 3 when the series felt back in their hands, a fix from game number 1. But G2 have dominated. They've taken all the hope out. And this is all but theirs. It's a 5k gold lead, and yes, there have been throws in this series. There have been gold leads that have been come back from, but 2 item now, Infinity Edge on Hansama, who's 7-0. Just when we're talking about ice, you know, the old Live Sandbox challenger, AD carry that's come from Korea. We got to remember Hansama. This guy also helps run the region. Is he the best AD carry? I think a lot of people are still saying yes. Don't forget his name. He's going to continue carrying this game alongside Mickey. As Herald going to help secure that back. I forget it's only 15 minutes in. 2 item Jinx in 15 minutes.
I mean, it's nearly a kill a minute, man. This has been so well orchestrated by G2. And again, just playing off interrupting the flow of information to BDS. So then the decision making is off. And now BB has found his way in behind them. He's going to zone Nuke off. Nuke, you were on the wrong side of the map, my friend. So he's just going to get chased down. As Caps goes to kill Ice.
A falling star helps with the cleanse. Labrov is just going to get sprayed out as well. The Zap almost hitting, but look, here comes Yike. Double Magnustorm, beautifully done. Rocket avoided, but Labrov should still be dead all the same, while Yike sacrifices his own life, but it matters not. Another one for Han Solo. What is happening down here? Man, Margin Boo just on top of a bird. Does he stand a chance? No! I'm counting that as his 3rd solo kill, bro. Broken Blade is making Zac look like a carry.
Get flubbed, Nuke.
Oh, yeah.
That is not
you say get flubbed, Dagda, you might be fired after that one. Adam standing still. He's so over it. I don't blame him. Why would you? He's experienced trauma in this game. Is he talking to Swiffer? Adam might try and turn around on Caps. I think find out who Swiffer sees. And after this game, go see them as well. We need counseling.
And it's just heartbreaking for Adam because BDS tried everything to figure out the lane states to get Adam in a position where he could actually be up against BB, but G2 play around us, and now he's just
camera. Look, Brov he's got his head on his hand.
What do you do? How do you? This game's over. This
reset.
Exactly. This is a reset the mental, have a laugh. You can see Adam's just chilling. This is honestly kind of what you have to do at this stage. There is no way you're coming back into this game. As BDS, your goal is to slow down G2 and find little micro wins. Little things that are going to boost the mental that small bit and hope for the best. That is probably the biggest Santander gold lead I have seen come up on that side window.
It's insane, isn't it? Quick fun fact is just looking at Ice's competitive history. That dude wasn't even playing League of Legends when Hansama was at the Worlds. I think quarterfinals versus SKT with Ignar.
Semis with Misfits, yeah.
Big series that they almost won. You know, the Fervor of Battle Leona from Ignar. Nice throwback for everyone. Oh, no. Yeah. Look at Adam's camera. Stone cold. Adam is just done. Broken Blade is farming up on Zach. Do you go Dark Seal at this point in the Zach? I don't know, but for an upper bracket final, it's now stopped being funny. What do you ban from G2 Tactical? How do you stop this early game plan in future? What is it? Oh, okay, all right. Is there Jinx Lulu a problem, or is it just a problem with the game state? I don't know, because the problem is also top pick influences this too, right? As maybe I should pause. BDS are looking for a pick here. You can see Teleport getting channeled. This is their last hurrah. Adam going to come in. He's got Flash available, but he's level 10. He is level 10. It doesn't matter. Mickey takes all the damage. He wild grows himself to survive, but now Broken Blade's here. A falling star as Nuke gets a good shuffle, but Hansama getting launched forward doesn't matter. BDS can't get nearby Caps. They can't get nearby the Jinx. Mickey dies. Dagda looks at his watch. Yes, it is over. 18 minutes. We ain't talking about 16:57. I'm trying to think of the meme. 15:57, there's a lot of them. But we're getting there, aren't we? This is just disgusting.
Get him, Sheo. You tickle him, but yeah, look, this is done. It's over.
So dominant.
Sheo, you die here, I think.
Well, onto Hansama. Yike. Yeah, he's not going to disagree. Broken Blade jumps in. Stormbringer Hansama still lives. He's just playing with them. Guys, it's 19 minutes. G2 are moving to match point. They already got MSI. Like, if this team plays like this at MSI, I don't think LEC have anything to fear.
This game is definitely a statement piece from G2. After last game where the wheels came off just a smidge, they've gone to the mechanics. They've definitely fixed everything because it's been so clean. BBTP's in, they set up onto Nuke, and Nuke tries desperately to set something up, but you can see where the rest of BDS's head is at. They've already gone back to base. They've already put on the kettle and they're waiting for the next round to come through.
Like, it's just one game. Let's not forget, you know, I'm going to draw myself back in. Let's not forget that BDS game 1 and game 2, not only competitive, but it could have been a 2-0 start, right? This is obviously a drawback considering that G2 have been so dominant. So I think that's also what makes me go, well, you know, it's, again, a really good early start and an adaptation.
But this is why I'd rather see Adam laughing as he dies on the camera than him head in hands and shaking his head, right? Because this is a game that got away from you, but this is not a game that is indicative of what might come through in the next round. You can always bounce back. You can always find that success once more, but this was just an unfortunate series of events with G2 playing well around the vision controls that he had set up. So you take this one on the chin, but BDS can definitely come back into this next game and force us to that game 5.
Not even letting the steal. Shea gets drawn back thanks to the wall. Here we go. Skies descend. The slow comes through, and Lebrov at the edge of range, but Caps makes short work. Another flight. What time's this one booked for Caps? Oh, man, he's flying business, isn't he? Double kill. Is Caps going to get an upgrade to first class? Let's just talk to the stewardess, find out. Double knock up here. Adam still does damage. Broken Blade for the first time. The pass is going to be proc. Ice walking into this, but the singularity, now the execute even bigger as Hansama unleashed, and Ice ain't going to survive this, no way. Another double over to Hansama, and I can't believe this is our upper bracket final. I can't believe this exists within the same realms of the first couple of games, but we know what happens if G2 are able to play their map their way in the early games. interesting games at the very least, but moving to match point to once again be in a grand final, to once again look for the 5th title in a row. It's your region's champions, it's your region's favorite. G2 moving to match point.
BDS in the last game showed that G2 could bleed, but G2 didn't like that.
No way.
Immediately bouncing back with one of the most dominant, actually by far the most dominant performance we've seen in this playoffs.
Maybe this year.
Honestly, yeah.
That was close to being, I think, one of the most dominant performances this year. That crew member running across the stage, obviously the same vibe as BDS, wanting to reset as we go to game 4, G2 on match point to see if they can take us to a game 5.
Red Bull gives you wings.
G2 now diving topside. Adam flashes away yet again. This guy has been thrown out of the game consistently. Make it another time. They give it to Hunt. Summer again. Getting towards our next dragon in 2 minutes. Broken play with the engage here onto Ice. It's nice, but LeBron following through. Doesn't have the arrow, but does have the damage. Ice on the turret, though. It's going to get bounced on. Broken Blade doing it himself. Interesting game, at the very least. But moving to match point, to once again be in a grand final, to once again look for the 5th title in a row. It's your region's champions. It's your region's favorites.
And after all that, it is G2 who are on match point once again, looking to make a beeline for another grand final here in the LEC. But of course, we're hoping that BDS have something to say about it, maybe replicating some of what we saw from them in Game 2. After all that, we were so positive, and Brox, I want to go to you first because you said, yes, they finally woke up. This is the BDS that I wanted to see. They were hella boring before. What do you think now?
Well, at least the game wasn't boring.
It was great, yeah.
It was a little different than I expected, but I think generally they came in with the same idea. They knew G2 was going to lane swap, but this time G2 was just one step ahead.
Yeah, you wanted to talk about the lane swaps again, and we've got all the replays ready that are going to play behind you. So how was it different, or was it the same from what we saw back in Game 1?
So I think in Game 1, BDS invaded on the bot side instead of top side. Now they walk top side to place a ward. What they were not aware of is the fact that Hans was already sitting under the top tier 1 turret. Broken Blade has great acting skills, act like he walks the top. BDS is bot lane, goes bot lane. By the time they realize what's going on, oh, Mickey doesn't even get spotted by the ward, by the way. So all of this is great. It's just great acting skills. Now Mickey stops. Poor Adam from basing. Broken Blade even makes an appearance because, well, he has no reason to be bot lane. He couldn't farm there anyways. They put Adam low. Not only do they take his flash, they tilt him out of his mind. And again, the bot lane, Jinx Lulu is supposed to sit bot, and Sova just falls further and further behind. Adam is just sitting AFK, unable to farm, while Broken Blade keeps making plays as well.
Yeah, Broken Blade was kind of a jungler.
Yeah, it's one of the good old things where it's like, well, top lane don't really matter. Don't care if I don't get any resources, especially when you play tank where your items are so cheap compared to some of the carries instead. But just the way that it continues to, there was really no way from how the game played out in the beginning, and the first steps had come through, the acting level had to come through from BB, and the fact that Adam goes back to this. I think this is really where that just breaks that back. You don't have flash, you see the juicy wave on the tower, and we've all been there. We want it. But you can't, you really can't. And as soon as this happens and it starts taking over, there's just really no way back. They've already succeeded with getting Jinx ahead in a 2v2 lane, which normally she shouldn't have been able to.
But Aragon, you said he deserved it, right?
Well, okay. Look, I sympathize. He's a top player and he wants the biggest R5 counter pick. But I have to say, this R5 for me, this Aatrox was really underwhelming. You know you're going to end up in some kind of lane swap scenario, so you want to pick champions that are kind of self-sufficient in their own way and don't require a huge amount of resources, because that's a realistic scenario.
Yeah.
Right?
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
Look at this. Broken Blade just acted like he was going to base top. In the meantime, G2 is sitting bot lane, waiting for Ice to walk out. He finally gets the lane assignment right, and guess what? Insta gray screen, son.
And they just keep finding them, right?
This is so tilting to play against, actually.
Yeah, but it's not often that you go back in League and we talk about out macro on this level. Like, usually we think about, oh, the mid to late game in terms of finding the real macro. Early game has been so much more set in stone ever since they did the turret changes to stop laning swap to come through. But with the entire Demolish coming through from Mickey as well on the Lulu to really bypass this change, they're just completely changing the game again, and it looks just amazing to watch. But I also just think that, you know, Adam is the kind of guy that used to bring a Sion that did exactly what BB did this game, but then just played for bot lane and played for other lanes instead. And I would love to see as well if they can actually try and match that. Even though it's something they haven't prepared, I would love to see the evolution of G2, because at the beginning of the day I said I don't see them evolve enough. In Game 2, I actually think they started
BDS,
pushing...
you mean, right?
BDS, sorry.
Yeah.
I actually think they started pushing the boundaries, but then G2 has just elevated it even further, so the point where you think you finally catch up, you realize you haven't at all.
I have to say, there's this Korean top laner, his name is Addy. He's really good at this whole low resource, I perma roam, and can function without anything. And he plays champions like Rakan top lane, right? These kinds of champs that can function and be relevant and completely roam, rather than these kind of Adam picks which require a lot of resources, are a direction you could go. My only problem is, though, is Adam is not a flexible player. Right, and I don't think he'll pull out any kind of pick that can work in this sort of situation.
Can I clarify? Because in the past we've said he is kind of a flexible player in that within his own special pool of champions, it is different than what other people play. But you're saying that's actually not flexible if you look at kind of the pool that you're supposed to have if you get into a best of 5.
I think he's flexible in the sense that if he has time to practice those picks, like he has a whole split to ramp up and learn Rumble, Twisted Fate, these picks, then sure, he can be flexible by playoffs. But if some kind of meta evolves in a series where you suddenly need to play super low self-sufficiency champions, he can't do that.
I see.
Well, I think the issue is also just, like GB said, G2 was just one step ahead. BDS was on the back foot the entire first 10 minutes of the game and just never had a chance to catch up. And I think now for them, they need to decide whether to ban the Jinx or whether they're comfortable in going a third time, or fourth time even, and seeing if now they can actually, grasp what G2 is doing, not giving them the early lead level 1.
I mean, Vedius was in the room also talking to us, and he was like, what about Jinx? Are you going to ban Jinx? What do you think?
Yeah, but here's the thing as well. They haven't shown any priority on Seri, but surely in this meta as well, it's something that Handsummer could plan out too. I also think that G2 still has the Kog'Maw hidden in the background. We've already seen it throughout regular season. We know it was buffed, and I think that's something you can keep in the back too if you want to play these hyper-scaling AD carries that can be bridged in the mid to late game.
So my only problem with Zeri is that Handsummer has about 13 games on it, and that was all when Zeri was at her absolute peak, and she was busted. And he still has a really heavy negative win rate with it. So I don't think that Hans is prepared to pick it out, and I think the Jinx is just going to be the avenue.
Okay, well, we're going to do the picks and bans, so we'll see if all of your dreams come true. BDS did choose to go to the blue side, so every time they've been able to choose, it has been blue. That's been the trend.
I just feel so bad for them because, we always talk about how G2 is this mountain then they have to climb, and then finally it feels like they get so close, and it's like, we're finally reaching them, we're doing it, and then a game 3 like this comes out. But they have to bounce back. I think what's really going to define them as a team now is how quickly they can reset their mental. Because that game was over from the get-go. You have to overcome all the tilt, all the gameplay you've just seen, and you have to pull out what you kind of did in game 2.
You know what they need to do? They need to get good and start competing. We saw some signs of it, but no, there's still some way to go. Now, this time they are adapting. G2 continues spanning away the Siri. Instead of banning Kalista, BDS takes away the Jinx. So we are going to have a bit of a different game here.
I wonder if we're going to see the same rerun as game 2, where BDS had blue side, where it's just going to be volley into Lucy and Nami, or if we're going to see the takeaway from the side of G2 Esports. It could be Aphelios preemptively into the Lucy and Nami, because that is a good matchup in itself, because you have Lucian dashing into the Aphelios, which is what he loves. So I think that might be the adaptation for G2.
Absolutely. I mean, he's offering Trundle. I still think they could go Jax if they wanted to again. Rek'Sai available for BB, so still a self-sufficient top laner that if you're doing this cross-map thing again or lane swap thing again, he's still going to be fine. There's so much sustain in that lane too. And in terms of pairing up the Aphelios, well, what is one of the best supports with Aphelios? Well, you guessed it right. It's Lulu if you want to go for it again.
Yeah, I do think they are going to have more options with the Aphelios, though. They could also look for something like, a Tahm Kench or a Thresh. And I think just logging in the hyper carry early, sticking to the same style while still keeping a lot of options for yourself available is great. Nice seeing the Rumble coming out of BDS. This is the top matchup that you discussed a little bit earlier, Aragon.
Yeah, so this matchup, Rumble into Rek'Sai, it's one of the go-tos. Usually it's banned. Rumble and Jace are the go-tos, and you just sort of win. There's nothing that Rek'Sai can do. You can try and sustain through it, but you're always susceptible to being all in. So that's why. And Adam is picking. And if you look at his OPGG, it's just Rumble City. The entire match history is pure Rumble.
And I think you got a choice now. Lulu, Asol, what are we looking for here as well? There's still a Jax available to you that you can kind of just put into the volley bear if you're looking for it. I think G2 just have so many options to go for as a pick 3 in terms of where they want to take their direction in this draft.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of it. Like, regardless if you sack, any of the 3 roles, you're going to have picks available, and they pretty much have control of this draft and can do whatever they want. They go for the Talia, again, wanting Caps to have more of an early game presence and wanting to fight back so that Azir doesn't take over.
Kind of disappoints me a little on the side of BDS because it's been Azir 3 games in a row, and Nuke for me, he's a player to look out for, but I mean, the game state hasn't exactly been like that either, but Caps has had a much better series, and I feel like maybe you should be willing to go do something different?
I mean, maybe. This is like,
it's
the
hard.
argument you
Azir is
always
so
have
strong.
for Nuke. I do agree with you, right? It's like what people often will say about Nuke is the fact that he is the control mage player. It's what's been working for BDS. But also, Caps is that guy. He runs Europe, and he has been throughout this entire year, and he'll continue to do so with the trend we have here. I think Ice is going to have a hard time now going into this second ban phase, because they're going to pinch his pool a lot with not having an AD picked already.
Yeah, so they picked away Aphelios, because that's Ice's backup. Then they banned away Zeri and Lucian. Now they could ban away Varus, and then there's the Varus Ashe Ashe lane gone as well. Ice is really, really pinched. He doesn't have that many to fall back on. I really wonder what he's going to pick.
I mean, there's still Kalista Renata available too. Your Renata off-minute champion that's super nice into Aphelios here, so...
We saw it 3 weeks ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago, and it was not pretty. They tried to dive down bot side, and Ice and Labrov did not look like a very comfortable Kalista Renata, so I wouldn't want to see that again, but that's exactly... I mean, Varus Ashe is still up.
Well, G2 is basically looking BDS straight into the eyes and, you know, telling them to pick it again. You know, showing that they're confident in going for another round and just outsmarting them in the early game.
And I mean, there's more enchanters than Lulu as well if they want to ban away the Lulu here. Like, there's still so many options. But you were pointing out earlier as well that they're not necessarily going for the enchanter. There's still the Nautilus, there's still the engage they can go for. But like, it has to be in the back of their mind, and therefore they also have to remove it in the second ban phase.
I think Rel for sure rises up in priority here as a flex potential.
It's already banned in the first 3.
There you go. Support is Giga pinched as well. So maybe some kind of hard engage support or preserve half-5 flex for Mickey.
What is it?
Well,
Give me a guess.
I think they should log in their jungler here.
Yeah.
Just mash the Volibear, you're going to have to at some point anyways. Then you have an option later when it comes to your support pick.
Yeah.
Love this, by the way. Get that Sai on top, put Rek'Sai in the jungle. Rek'Sai is a monster jungle pick in solo queue right now.
So somewhere there's a Riot, this balance design out there like, yes, we buffed it and they picked the jungle. It didn't go top lane.
No, but
we
I was
succeeded.
It's one of the highest win rate junglers in the game in solo queue. But the problem is that often in pro play it comes down to team fighting. It comes down to, you know, having some power to set up your carries in mid and late game. Rek'Sai generally not the strongest at doing that, but in the early game he can mash the Volibear to a certain extent.
Hi, Sarah Khan then.
Setting up for a very heavy dive composition now with Ice and Labrov with the Rakan and scaling in that regard. So.
Do you think they've been bullied into doing that, or was that the plan all
Yeah, they're
along?
not as oppressive this time. Maybe that's exactly what they're thinking.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting with the Sion pick. This might indicate full lane swap again. The Sion into Rumble isn't a great isolated matchup, so it is more of a team composition pick, and it's BB saying he's going to be a team player this time around.
I mean, that Rumble got picked so early, they set up the flex.
I love this. I love this from Mickey because this sets up 2 scenarios where you still have the Enchanter, where you have the lane swap scenario going for you, but even if you play the 2 versus 2, you now win the 2v2 in bot lane as well, because as a Rakan player, if you've ever tried to play against Jenna, she destroys your life. You don't get to W in there. So hard to find that engage. Even when you get into the mid to late game, you often have to rely on flanks. So Mickey now busting out a Jenna still pairs up so well with the Aphelios that really allows them to have multiple avenues covered.
I think this is what separates a good team from a great one as well. It seems like BDS thought they knew what was coming up until the very end, where the Rek'Sai is being flexed into the jungle. They picked Janna to counter all the hard engage coming out of BDS, and all of a sudden, with the 4-5, G2 finds themselves at a really solid advantage going into last game.
I mean,
or potentially last game, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
So you guys remember Nuke in the beginning of today where he was saying like, there's only so much you can flex with in this patch. There's only so much creativity you can bring out.
Nah.
Well, newsflash, never say that against G2.
Never do, indeed. Wow, unbelievable. I'm really happy with the way everyone was so excited about this draft. I think it indicates how happy we are with it. So let's see if G2 closes it out right here, right now, or if BDS bring us to Silver's grave.
Thank you very much, Shox. Ladies and gentlemen, getting into what could be our last game. But as BDS throw a spanner in the works, we find out if it's going to be enough through the strong 2v2 aggression bot or through Adam in the top side, maybe having a bit of agency. The last game was shell-shocking for BDS, and so they have to recover. I hope they reset. I hope they de-stress, because it was a stressful one just even to watch. But going up against G2, who are on match point, let's not forget, I said this team runs our region. The team who, in spring playoffs, might have fallen, but winter 2023, summer 2023, season finals, 2024 winter playoffs, all took championships in the past 2 years. 4 out of those 5 championships I just mentioned were wins. And G2 once again setting themselves up to go to the grand final and look for yet another. It would lead them up to a very good grand venture into MSI. Now, Dagda, I know people talk differently about G2 internationally, but I'm just going to look domestic for the time being and say that I'm impressed with what I saw last game, but let's not forget that BDS challenged them in the first 2. And hopefully with this draft, where would you like to start? Because you could go either side, and I'd just be happy to talk about it.
I don't even think it's a draft decision here. I think it's more of the lane swap again coming through for G2 is the big one.
Yeah.
So it kind of feels like they've gone, all right, BDS don't really know how to fully play against this strategy, so let's just try and play out the early game.
But
We're
no
not
matter what the draft, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
It's just a strategy at this point.
Yeah, and I think, again, Adam is going to suffer if he falls behind because it's, again, kind of the Aatrox syndrome of you want a spike card in the mid game, you are heavily reliant on your damage to be relevant.
Labrov here, there's a flash. Caps flashes in response, even though Nuke won't have that much damage, but with the Ignite down, I bite my tongue. Caps is going to be in a bit of trouble. Broken Blade Mickey coming in, but will he die before the soldier out? Labrov now flashed on 2. They can't get the last tick and they're punished. G2 explode in the early game. Again, it's deja vu.
That's the side of the map G2 are strongest on, and Labrov just wants to get that last hit to get the kill, but ends up giving that kill across the Caps. Caps going to TP back into the mid lane as well.
What
the
year
top
is
side
it?
I know, this is... And again, Adam isn't ready for this. Here comes the dive.
Level 2 from Yike just achieved. He burned the flash before on the play, but Broken Blade did not. Decimating Smash, remember, can set up as 4 members are here. Labrov is coming up with his top laner as well, but Han Summers just hit level 2, so now Aphelios is the champion. Mickey might not be at level 1, but the range is there from Calibrum. Labrov going to get tagged out. Broken Blade setting up the Ghost now. Pop versus 2. Labrov in the middle again. He's going to sacrifice his life as Broken Blade flashes on out, but still alive. Adam now again zoned out. G2 brainiacs at this point. Sheo comes in, at least gets Broken Bladed in zombie form, though Adam doesn't want to step up. Sheo dangerous as well. He's level 3 here on the volley bear. He's got the full kit. As Adam zoned out, but again, mentioned Sheo coming in, trying to clear the wave and give Adam back his lane.
Then you see Rakan moving up here as well. Everyone wants to make sure that Adam can at least get some minions on the wave. BB going to TP into this bottom side to try and answer for it. So Ice will get a little bit more when it comes towards the turrets. But again, it's BB being put behind. Only just ticked over to level 2. Now the wave is pushing out as well, which means Yike can hit 3 off Krugs and immediately come back into the top side.
Remember that the interaction is with these supports. The Hurricane comes out, the Howling Gale rather. Labrov can go in. There's the engage. Adam going to follow this up, but Yikes here again. Mickey flashes away, double knock up. Labrov keeps getting baited, Dagda. He keeps getting baited, man. G2 are not only in their heads, they are mind controlling them. They are puppeteering. Caps gets out too. Sheo looking for something. This is insane. I just can't believe it's happening again. Yike versus Sheo. What happens here between the jungle wreck side? Sheo getting tagged down. There's good damage here. Yike gets sustained, but Sky Splitter helps out, but the damage doesn't register onto Yike. He takes a tunnel out, and good he did. Nuke was looking for the kill, and Caps couldn't help out too much as Labrov is level 1 and now mid. He's 0-3 in this early game.
But a lot of that has been trying to protect this top side, and it's G2 again just feeling significantly more comfortable having that Scion to take that step back and go, right, we can look for dives, zombie Scion, we can look for kills under tower. Adam, though, up against Hansama, still does a lot of damage in the early stages, so Hansama does have to be careful.
Especially if he overheats, and if he gets a harpoon in Han Summer and gets a slow, it could be a kill. Mickey's coming up topside, spot on a ward. Labrov also coming up once again, but Mickey, as he zones on out, saving the Howler Gale for Labrov with the engagement, won't need it, and still Labrov just doesn't get the target down. Early game's still a bit of a disaster. Guess who's back again? And I'll give you a hint, it's not Slim Shady.
Sheo's doing a better job, though, of covering for BDS on this top side, and that's kind of been the main difference maker here. Yes, G2 are coming out on top, but they're not getting as massively far ahead as they did in the previous games. With Labrov and Sheo being willing to support Adam, Adam is getting CS, he is getting his goal, but because you've now got 3 members essentially on the top side for BDS, Adam is starting to slip behind when it comes to experience because he's sharing that experience with several different people. So Yike now going to spot out, get the smite, and he's get one for himself off of that.
Hasn't it just been the same story this series though? I mean, Sheo will get the other 2, so experience will still be gained. Sheo this series has been ahead of Yike consistently in every single game. He's had individual experience, but Yike has been sacrificing his experience, his camps, for making ballsy plays like the ones at the top side, right? So again, we see the same narrative come through where Yike at 17 CS. Look at what he's doing, Dagda. He's like, oh, Krugs, but then where? Top again? I think so. As soon as G2 clear out the vision, or maybe just find the pick themselves, Mickey's running at Adam. Gravitum in hand as well. There's the slow. Hansama might have enough. Howling Gale as well. With Severum too, and the turret down. Adam close to dying. He'll just get zoned out, and he doesn't have TP. So G2 again just forcing away the top laner. Like, Adam must be fuming at this point to play League of Legends. Oh man, I'd log off for the night.
He hasn't got to play League of Legends.
Yeah, that's right.
He's just been chilling, just like, all right, well, I guess this is going to happen again and again. Look, Ice again is kind of getting the opportunity to get the level advantage. You can see he's almost level 7 in that bottom side. He is at least getting that experience, but Adam is again just going to be a null factor. And Sheo is slowly but surely starting to farm and getting an advantage for himself as well. But if it's just Hansama and Mickey getting to run the map and play how they want, it's great. Nuke. Oh, that's not it.
Oh,
that's really not
as
it.
well. It's really bad. It's a double turret shot as well. Dagda and Caps can start firing away. Ice is here now with the killer instinct too. But a mistake that almost costs BDS more here in this mid lane. Broken Blade versus Adam, looking a bit better for Adam in the meanwhile while we pan down. But that's not the first time Nuke hasn't gotten a zero ulti off in this game and has been like a meter or two away from getting the perfect shove, you know?
And because you invest Ice into that mid lane play, he's then late on the rotation top side, which means that now Hansama and Mickey get to rotate bot, and that's where the objective is once more. They're going to look towards Dragon because they get to push on the bottom side. So Adam, he's even scared to approach the wave. Yeah. He knows that the G2 bot lane is somewhere in this vicinity.
It's psychological thriller, isn't it? Like Adam is now conditioned and feared every time he says, wait, where's my top laner going? Mickey and Yike moving in. They're going to move over a ward, so now they know it's true as Yike starts up the Dragon and will actually commit to it as well. You can see Adam just backed again, but he is coming back towards the bottom side. Maybe he's trying to double juke it, or maybe they're comfortable knowing that Ice and Labrov are getting turret plating up here while Broken Blade now ultis in.
Labrov having to demolish is helping out quite a bit in them actually getting these turret plates, but again, like Ice is relatively strong, as you can see, as he takes a good chunk off of BB, and even with the kills and the assists going over to Hansama, is still even in the gold. But the G2 are still trading up on how they want to look for objectives on the map, making sure they're in a good spot. And Adam...
Ooh. Seismic Sense just finds Adam. Here's the collapse from Caps as well. Sidestep from Adam. Beautiful, though. Trey Ticket catches, but Yike can't follow that up. Meanwhile, BDS moved their resources top, so that's a win ultimately. Taking those ultis off of G2 while they were doing the Dragon anyway, and giving Ice some solo gold on this turret.
Yeah, and that kind of seems to be the game plan here for BDS is, hey, we're just going to try and invest everything into Ice and hope that he is big enough to carry us.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially a full level ahead of Hansama. The issue, again, though, is G2 are the ones that are dictating how this map is being played around. So Ice going to continue to push in top, has Sheo there, so maybe looking for a dive onto BB as this comes through, but that leaves Adam vulnerable.
Trying to bait it out, but Mickey stops it in his tracks, still gets a knock up. But nothing else happens. Now we look towards top side here. Broken Blade trying to clear the way, but he's stunned up before doing so. And BB just absorbing the pressure. Sheo turns the turret off for the time being and survives. There we go. Kill for Ice. BDS's game plan at least online.
Adam should be just investing his ultimate to clear out this wave, though.
But he doesn't.
And that's the problem. G2 are still getting to waste these waves into the tower. You're not getting the gold or the experience as Adam from actually being able to tick down on the gold. BB going to TP back into the top side as well. So again, BB, yes, died. You're getting some gold towards Ice, but Adam is just being completely starved, and it's the same issue. So I'm going to be way more helpful in these regards. Now bot lane tower going to be taken by G2, right as the Void Grub spawn on the top side of the map. And you've got Ice resetting. So Sheo going to try and quickly take one of them away to deny away from G2, but BB going to spot us. You have Adam moving up there as well.
First turret blood on Aphelios. Oh boy, as you said, you're right. Adam should have just equalized the wave. Maybe would have slowed this push here. First turret blood wouldn't have gone down. G2 now 2k gold ahead. I'm glad you pointed out the grubs for Sheo as that camera pans back up, because again, he is still leading in experience. He's still leading in CS. But I think we've now seen from Volibear enough, not just here in this region, but globally. You can control early game. But if you're not able to find picks or land your combo in mid-game as well, the Volibear can start doing less and less. We know a simple engage tool from Yike on the Rex site is going to be a very different story, because even though it's not top lane, it still has that element of surprise and the great element of engage with multiple knockups.
Yeah, and I think you do have an opportunity with the Volibears in these kind of roaming lane swap games to look for tower dives as you hit 6 and trying to play off them. But the problem is that BDS aren't used to these sort of scenarios. Like, this is a lot of young players that never played in a lane swap meta.
They weren't born during the lane swap meta.
Whereas G2 were molded by it. But I think in this situation, Sheo not able to really use that, but Mickey.
The power of Janna at least maybe dying. Mickey running for his life. Yike is here to help, but Nuke is also here. So squishy indeed. Howling Gal buys him time. Mickey actually going to get away with this one. Sheo on all fours to run after the kill, but unfortunately, BDS aren't able to punish Mickey.
And Mickey just able to get us out. And a bit unfortunate for BDS. They would have loved that little bit of extra goal, but now Adam once more left alone. doesn't have the ultimate to try and clear out the wave, so it's more turret plates and more control for G2 on the top.
Caps found Sheo though. Stormbringer is available. Which direction does he use it? Nuke is behind him as well. He needs a good Emperor's Divide. He's saving his tools. The Stormbringer on the way out. Caps sets up the Weaver's Wall and goes on the right side of it. Stunned on up. Can BDS punish G2? They keep on moving really fast as now. With a shove back on Lebrov, maybe the answer's yes. Ice is walking in as well though. G2 are a little bit low. Flash over from Caps as he sees the enemy on the horizon. BDS still aren't able to capitalize, but at least they get a summoner out of G2 and a couple of ultis in the process.
It doesn't matter. G2 are still getting the lead. They get the flash from Sheo, you're still getting flashes burnt on G2, but they get the terror plates on top. Deny the wave away from Adam, and BB once more 2 levels up on his lane opponent because he's constantly he's constantly be getting the CS. He's constantly being allowed to farm into Ice. So yeah, Ice has a little bit of a CS or experience lead for himself as well. But he's just not going to be able to match up against G2 again, and it's G2 knowing and understanding how to play at the map state from these lane swap situations.
Funny, because again, you know, G2 make it look like last game and might not be as dominant just yet, but it's building up to a point where now as Yike hovers around the side that G2 are going to take all the turret plating across the map, or at least close to. Yike still baiting. Lebrov gets rid of the tunnel. Ice is now here with a Kraken. Equalizer used on the way finally here to stop the push in and to delay what feels like the inevitable is who's that man at the top of our screen.
The thing is though, Adam is using that on the top wave to clear out the wave. Actually, this still may be a dive.
Oh, they stop Ice's back. Adam's still back, as you said. He's got TP. Will he burn a Broken Blade charging into the turret? Ice goes behind, doesn't get knocked on up as Lebrov. Again, the new target, but Mickey, though, could be the follow-up as Adam is burning down Han Summer. BDS finally getting something as Yike underneath gets Lebrov. Adam is low and Yike still wants him, but he's in the middle of 3 people. Ice looking for more kills, and he'll find it. A double over to the Kaiser that BDS have been praying to. G2 go over aggressive. They are punished this time, and BDS say you can't keep getting away with this.
G2 skipped a step on the setup, and it ended up costing them. Adam had to use his ult equalizer on top. He had to reset, go catch bot, and Nuke was going to have to transfer himself into the mid lane. Caps could have had that push in mid, but because they don't wait for that process to take place, Adam is able to TP immediately back into the top wave. You get a great engage from Labrov onto Hansam and Mickey as well to keep him set up. And Caps isn't in position as 4 members of BDS set up. So yeah, Sheo is slowly making his way here, but this ends up as a 4 versus 4 tower dive on the strong side of the map because that's where Ice is for BDS.
And Ice getting the double kill as well. I mean, Hans scratching the back of his head. I like the way you put it, Dagda. Skipping a step for G2. A lot of the time they can be greedy. A lot of the time they can make silly plays in the early game, and that's one of them. We're not blind. We see where G2 can sometimes be fallible. They might get the Dragon here, might be number 2, but I'm now looking at Ice. The new 80 carry, the new blood of BDS. Already set up how, you know, a lot of question marks coming into this year. But Ice has been delivering more and more as we've seen him integrate more and more with the roster of BDS. This game, they're going to rely on him, Dagda, to get them over the line, get them into a game 5 for this upper bracket final. Alongside Nuke. I mean, the early game has been hell for everywhere else on Earth, but at least Nuke, at least Ice have been getting the resources. Now, Nuke will also get himself solo turret plating gold up in this top side.
And also, the setup from Labrov is going to be key for BDS if they want to try and fight back against G2.
Yeah, good point.
You have the Rift Herald there, but you're going to have to look for these engages with Labrov. Find ways to get around Mickey. The desk highlighted how good the Janna is at keeping the Rakan at bay with ults, with Howling Gales, with everything in her system to just keep engage off of your carries. But if you can find this control in mid where you can shove it in, start to set up vision, open up angles of attack for Labrov, this is where BDS can find their success, because this is now the gold lead drifting back into an even state.
Yeah.
And BDS, thanks to Rift Herald, actually have some control on the map.
Oh, however, though, let's pause because Caps has just Weaver's walled that off. Ice with a good ulti, but is it intelligent enough? Broken Blade just TP'd in, takes the shutdown, but still the shutdown nevertheless. Lebrov caught out as well. One map move again instigated by Caps. If this guy can be halfway across the map, he will.
And it's just before BDS were about to get their bot and top wave in order. They immediately look for the play on mid, and Ice just that little bit too far forward, didn't have the flash, and gets punished incredibly well by G2. And as I was saying, you're about to get control of the map here for BDS. They're pushing out bot, they're going to move the rumble and the volley into mid lane, and G2 attack before BDS get into position as Ice goes a little bit too far forward and has nowhere to escape thanks to that wall from Caps.
It's an insane timing. Look at even Ice is laughing like, oh, what class. Do we just talk about Caps again? I don't know, because
it's all roads lead to Caps.
The Aurelion Soul game, the Talia games, it really feels like he's having a great series. And even though he won't be the most explosive at time, like Hans Summer, for example, last game, like Caps' setup, positioning has always been good. As now we need to pause onto Adam. The pick's there. Seismic Shove doesn't connect, but Mickey is here to help out as well. Adam getting the G2 top experience as he runs for his life. I mean, it is going to be a trade on the other side of the map, but Caps gets a kill. At least BDS, though, in multiple angles, getting mid and getting bot is pretty good.
It's honestly worth. The kill for those 2 towers is going to let you quite a bit of positioning here.
Yeah.
Caps should be able to get this top tier 1, at least in some sort of response, but as long as you get back out onto the map as BDS to defend your mid tower, I think you're in a relatively okay spot here. Dragon in just over 1:50 is really going to be where BDS, with now you'll have 2.5 items completed for Ice. They will be able to try and play around Ice, but I think the problem is, as you say, Caps very much controls the side lane wherever he shows up with the amount of success he's had in these early stages. And it's great to see Caps falling back into these old rhythms, because when we look back at this time last year, a lot of the conversation was, where is Caps? This isn't the same Caps. He's making mistakes that he wouldn't do. But now, this year, it feels like Caps is firing all cylinders, and he is the mid laner you have to beat if you want to try and host that trophy.
And there's versatility, right? In Winter, I remember seeing the LeBlanc and seeing the laning phase being so clutch. You know, this time around, it was a bit back and forth because of the map state. But Caps as well, very versatile in the mid game, really using this Talia well. I mean, we talk him up all the time, so I feel like everyone gets the point. But for G2, after that pick, they move back into some of the gold lead. There's almost a Rabadon's there for said mid laner as well. I just want to gear us up because Dragon's in 50 seconds, and it's third one for G2 as Broken Blade moves down.
So much vision established by BDS in this bottom side, but we're going to fight almost immediately. Nuke may even need to just TP in early, but G2 trying to keep as much pressure on that side lane. Cap's going to shove in that wave. And if you end up having that wave start to approach the tier 2 tower for BDS, I think that's when G2 are going to try and pull the trigger. But 30 seconds now, Cap's pushed at the wave. He's going to be able to walk down to join the rest of his team. But you can already see the amount of vision that has been established on this bottom half of the map already by Labrov, just moving in as Broken Blade was pushing at that bot end. So this actually makes it quite difficult for G2 to approach. They may just give up this Dragon in lieu of trying to get position for Baron vision, for push for Caps onto the top side. But maybe with the resets coming through, they feel like they can take it.
By the way, 45 seconds till Baron, if that comes into part to play here for this long trade. Teleport now going to be burned. As you said, the setup from G2 can start with Broken Blade. His ulti in could be everything. Equalizer as well for Adam. Watch that quickness from Labrov. Engage so interrupted, he doesn't find it. Hans Summer dodges the equalizer as Ice versus Hans is the play I'm watching, and Ice takes him out. The Dragon, ignore that for the time being, because Broken Blade is getting burnt alive as well. With Terminus, Ice shreds those tanks. Caps running for his life, Cheryl on all fours yet again. Mickey zone controlling while Nuke still hasn't ulti, still hasn't flash. Stormbringer still wasn't out. G2 got erupted with 2 quick kills going over to BDS. And remember, the Baron is now up.
And Nuke never used his ultimate, so if G2 try and commit into this play, Nuke can look to get access to the backline. Labrov and the Azir looking to try and play keep away from Yike. They need to keep him out of the pit.
Seismic Shove, though, they're going to burn down Labrov. They're trying to zone away. I mean, Yike is still going to get the kill, but now as the tunnel comes through, Yike in smiting range. No, don't do it, don't do it. Okay, BDS get the Baron. Ladies and gentlemen, wipe the sweat off your brow. They get away with it. If they were going to 50-50 that back, though, I swear to God.
But this doesn't feel like a 50-50 when it comes to these team fights. Ice is a monster. Steps away from BB. The interrupt onto Labrov doesn't matter because Ice immediately just walks onto Hans Sama. And where's Hans Sama's team? They're completely focused into the middle of the pit, and Ice is destroying their AD carry. And at that stage, Caps just needs to run for the hills. There's nothing that they can do. BB's been taken out by how big Ice is. This AD on hit. Kai'Sa will do work against the tanks.
Broken Blade getting shred. You know what? Like, I was going to say, Dagda, the Kai'Sa build needs to be called up because it is destroying, as you just mentioned. Terminus second here. Broken Blade, he's tanky, but against that build, not enough. You give Ice time and he's going to run away with it with now the Baron power play. BDS have the makings to move to a game 5. Now with Navori Quick Blades picked up by Ice as well.
And BDS have never taken G2 to a game 5. It would be an absolutely incredible moment if they would be able to do it. And it is off the back of just being able to, being able to protect Ice, keeping him in check. Adam is just coming out of the base, wave pushed in. BDS trying to establish vision in this bottom side so they can get the waves starting to shove in, and then they can look for the plays on towards the turrets and use that advantage. G2 desperately trying to keep them at bay and stop them from getting that deep vision.
Nuke is the one channeling up with the wave. Broken Blade hovers out of Fog of War. Caps for the pick. Shayo not going to give it over to him. Hunsummer now joining in. This is a 2-item of Aphelios. He ain't where Ice is right now.
But look at what BDS are positioning. They're essentially trying to cut off this part of the map because they've already got the push coming here for Adam on towards the tower. So you have to try and walk the entire way around here as G2 if you want to try and get access to that turret. And you don't really have the opportunity to. So Adam going to take the mid lane tower, and G2, BDS are playing so far back they can't engage.
And look at top as well, Dag. To further to your point, the wave is getting set up so they can transition across the map for BDS once they deal with bot side. Lebrov continues to zone up, and further to your point, now that Adam's done with mid, he joins up with bot. He's got Equalizer too. And for G2, I mean, their zone control is good, but the damage is starting to rack up from BDS. Next wave is now here. Equalizer zone, it starts.
Good knock-up though.
Redemption
may
sucks,
just barely keep the tower alive. Mickey X managing to get the knock-up onto Labrov and Nuke, so the damage that BDS were trying to play with, not quite there. So even with the Baron, even with those opportunities, the short range coming back to bite BDS, and they just can't quite get that bot tier 2.
Redemption used, but as I said, it sucks for BDS because it healed so much. It was Mickey's first item. And once it's used again, G2 went to full HP. Now, Baron has run out. BDS got themselves a push mid. They got a little bit down bot side, but it's not a game-breaking play. We still got Dragon to move to Sol Point in a minute's time. Remember, G2 still run that race. But Ice actually, as he tags on, remember, this is a 3-item Kaiser. Killer Instinct. A great way to nuke out the enemy AD carry, pending if he's got backup.
And this is where you always have to be careful, because this is where G2 start to get vision down and behind you. They'll put Mickey very far forward to try and get a ward down, to get a TP for BB, find these flank opportunities. But at the moment, it's still very, very shallow control for G2, which is a godsend for BDS, because again, they've littered so much vision in this bottom side jungle that we drag, in 30 seconds, they should be able to push mid and play off of that vision. And again, just look to disengage, keep G2 out of the fight, and just find and protect Ice at all points in this engagement.
Here's Al-Gaib. Ice must be protected. If he can get them to game 5, what a game 5 would be with the series we've had so far. Man, it would be sick.
TP to topside.
Oh yeah, Caps
G2 are just giving up on it. They want to try and look for the play on towards Adam, try and crack open the game through that tier 2 on the top side. So if you end up over-committing members like a Nuke TP to the bottom side, Caps and BB just TP and ult into the rest of the Dragon. So Adam, I think he just ult the wave. There he goes, equalizes the wave to make sure that you can't contest this as G2, but they may just be able to tank it up with the Scion.
Nuke is pushing in though. I mean, in the bottom side, can G2 get a counterplay here? Hunsummer has to grab at him as Yike hovers around. Shao is coming just in case, but look at the damage from Nuke. Something we haven't talked about this game. He's 1-0-1 and still means business. As topside turret close going down for G2, but BDS committing more and more members. Now looking for that trade, and with the Dragon as well. That's still so good for BDS here as we round towards the late game.
The tower will be taken. Caps has ultimate to try and join in. Adam has the TP. His own equalizer going to be up relatively shortly, but with Caps leaving now, BDS, they have to move back. Baron up and available in just 45 seconds, but because G2 were the ones that ended up committing towards that top half of the map, a lot of the vision is in their favor. So it's going to be BDS trying to get control over mid-wave and fighting for that to then shift the control into River and in towards the topside jungle of G2, so they can make sure that G2 aren't going to just turn and burn the worm.
30 seconds till it spawns, by the way, less than. Third item picked up by Hunsummer. Worth noting, the Infinity Edge comes through. So we have what Aphelios needs to thrive. However, let's see if Ice gets it back in before it's 10 seconds. The answer probably not, so they are on speaking terms. Even though it's such a big gold lead individually for Ice, the fact that 3 items are being matched here on an Aphelios is a big deal that G2 might have to play towards in this coming fight.
Caps just got spotted on this vision ward that's just at the back here, so they know already that he's on it, which is why BDS immediately started up. He doesn't have TP. He has to use the Weaver's Wall to get in. Labrov trying to play keep away.
It's gone.
Equalizer onto the wave though. Adam won't have the ultimate if this is a fight, but BDS...
He won't, but the engage starts off. Here comes Caps running through. I mean, the engage onto Sheo. Stop with the Stormbringer. Look at the front to back. Han Summer with red and blue. He's got AoE now, red and white. Everything becomes all right. Quickness from Lebrov. The backline engage is good, but no one's with him. No one is with him. Han Summer again, spinning the wheel. Ice does it! Nuke as well. He's sinister. He's disgusting, but also beautiful at the same time. In Ice we trust, in Nuke we praise, and in BDS will take us all the damn way.
BDS, despite the early game being all over the place, despite the fact that they tried desperately to catch up at G2, are able to weather the storm, and Ice comes out on top. The hero that they needed to push BDS into position where they firmly have control of this game.
I think it's over yet though, Dagda, but still for BDS it is one step closer, isn't it? I squealed like a child just watching this engage play out.
And I was a little bit nervous because initially, okay, cool, Shale ults away by space. Adam is getting poke over the wall thanks to electro harpoons. But then I see Nuke on the top of this fight gets hits up by BB, and that was the go button for everyone. But that's when Labrov jumps immediately onto Han Sama in the backline, gets the charm. Nuke then goes golden. So Han Sama hasn't actually got to hit onto targets in this fight. And then Nuke goes in with his dying breath and finds the play, cuts down Han Sama where he stands, and Ice has been able to hit that entire time. What a great coordination from BDS in that fight.
Ice did it. Ice did it. Nuke did it. The carries at BDS. I mean, Nuke has been having a year as well. Don't forget, as now chasing down BDS. G2 aren't done yet. Equalizer onto 2 and dodges away from the seismic shove. Adam gets out. Adam gets out. It's beautiful as Han Summer now has to help deal with Lebrov on the side, who kills Yike alongside Ice. BDS with a man advantage. They've got the Baron, remember, as well, and they're on the right side of the map, running to crush in.
Adam has TP. He's gone back to base. I wasn't sure if he wanted to TP in behind G2, but G2 trying to cut the wave. Nuke immediately goes to bot lane. It's going to be a 3v4. Caps, do you stop the reset to join in? No, he goes back to base. So Adam going to slowly make his way up towards mid lane. BDS still going to try and keep G2 off of this tower. They want to crack this mid lane turret as Nuke goes for the bot side.
Caps does have the wave clear though. Don't forget, seismic shove dodged away from by Nuke, and the wave now gone. He has to wait for the next one, but going towards mid. BDS trying to run this in, bring us to all 5 games. Testing out G2 wasn't in the script. Caps. It wasn't in the story. Caps surviving. Also for Nuke, didn't feel like it was meant to be there. G2 now with an open inhibitor. It's still not going to be taken down. BDS are running away. Wait. TP is Dagda points out is coming through. Nuke still gets knocked up with the Empress Divide. Now used. BDS are in a choke. Caps with a shove. Doesn't connect though. Adam is running through. Still alive as Caps' damage must be looked at. Equalizer down. The Howling Gale great. Yike with a knockout. G2's team fight. No! It's ruining the plans again. BDS are sent packing as the Infernal Dragon now spawns right in front of them for the taking.
Ice is still alive though, and G2 used a hell of a lot to get in there.
Sheo can smite this Stormbringer, no. It's an objective bounty taken away. Sheo gets shoved back. Lebrov with the quickness, but he splits the pieces. The range there is Han Summer thinking about it. The ulti over range. It's Gravitum. It's Ice. Now going to be stuck in place. G2 are looking for this 2v2 or the 3v2. It's unfair advantage. Ice and Lebrov won't get out. Lebrov is next. And they always find a way, Dagda. How does this team keep doing it?
They have so many tools to get into the backline of BDS. The TP on that singular ward that wasn't swept out by BDS. Nuke takes a ton of damage off of Yike. And then Nuke doesn't really know where to go. He doesn't have the sliding glide to get out of here anymore, so has to walk out with the rest of the team. That sets up Yike to get access to the backline. They get at him as he was already trying to buy space in that front line, and then it becomes the 4v3, and Cap steps up once again. Labrov tries to find that way to get into the backline, but it's just as Sheo needs to go in to try and look for the steal. But it didn't need to be this. You could have just given the Dragon. And G2 punish, again, a small mistake from BDS.
Especially when Nuke's ulti's not up, Dagda. That tool in the last fight really made the fight. You know, that Azir Emperor's divide for months now has been kicking butt and taking names. When it was down, G2 saw the glimmer in the eyes, and I hate to say this, I hate to be a cop-out. BDS, I'm setting it up for a game 5, but there's just this small thing in me after watching that, after gold coming back and after Soul Point now being achieved, with Baron in a minute's time, that says they've got an Aphelios at 4 items, they've got a Talia at 4 items. Their tanky front line is still becoming annoying, especially when you've gone GA here for Ice so he can survive the fight at full build. There is still that maybe for G2 that it still ends here. But for BDS's sake, for the viewers' sake as well, they need to close this out, Dagda. They need to find one more fight, just one more fight. And with those death timers and the open inhibitor mid, we go the distance.
It has to be the Baron fight, though. That's what you're looking for here as G2 to try and shut BDS out, or maybe if BDS can sneak it, they can finally put a nail in the coffin that is G2 in this game. G2, though, sneaking several members into positions. Broken Blade has already managed to get into bot side as they drag Nuke up to keep him with the rest of BDS, but Caps knows that there is no vision on this bottom side, so he's trying to see if he can get the wall in. And now BDS immediately, they want that TP from BB. They will start up the objective.
They need Ice here, though. Ice is the damage on this Baron. It goes down hella quick for G2. Will it be a flip to the side of the series? Who knows? Caps comes in, shoves there. It is a flip! Yoik takes it away. Fails the flash, though, hilariously, but Lebrov helped him get out until he re-engages back on in. Hunsummer is red and whiting. No Nuke salty. Comes out later. No! BDS, you were the chosen ones! You were the chosen ones, and you've betrayed us!
G2 managed to get into the pit. Labrov tries everything to keep Yoik out, but Yoik will not be denied. And G2 now, when all seemed gone, when all hope seemed lost, they find that one moment.
Is it over, Dagda? Is it over? 30 seconds for mid, 20 for top. Ice, Lebrov and Cher have to defend out of their right mind. G2 with Baron crushing on in. The belief of BDS able to take us to a game 5 is now lost. The Nexus turret's dropping down and they're falling like flies. G2, much like water still being wet, are still Europe's champions, moving to another grand final. This team is the region.
G2 are inevitable. It felt like game 5 was on the cards. It felt like BDS had found the secret sauce. But they just cannot find a way to close out, and G2 just sneak the victory.
Man, a well-fought series in the G2 way. Let's not forget that early game from multiple games. The lane swapping meta that came out of this series is nuts. I truly wonder if it follows through. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, you can vote for your Key Player of the Series at LEC on X, by the way. Broken Blade, Caps, or Hunsummer? I was saying in the series, straight away, I think that's Caps. Broken Blade had some insane games, but again, Mr. Consistent. The best mid of the West. I don't care. I'm in LEC now. I don't care about NA. I have that rivalry. The best mid of the West, yeah. Until Yappa comes in and says otherwise, but that's his job to do. Caps have been here for ages. Look at him. The legend of the LEC continues.
And for G2, they will advance on to our grand finals. Whereas when I'm looking across at BDS, yes, they are going to be disappointed that they couldn't pick up the win here today. But by God, if I'm Fnatic or Vitality, am I shaking? This was such a strong performance from BDS. The early game was rough, but they still tried to match incredibly well. On the grand scheme of things, their macro massively improved when you look at where they were this time last year, or even over the course of the start of the split, or start of the year. And now we just have to find out who they will be going up against next week, because Fnatic, Vitality, going to be facing off tomorrow in our lower bracket.
Maybe Vitality or, Fnatic can break the script. Maybe BDS again can have another chance at the BO5 in the grand final. Again, they're not out. They go to the lower bracket. As I said in the cast, they were the chosen ones. They betrayed us, Dagda, because the script was there to go to a game 5. The script for G2 not to be consistently in the grand final. Although them hearing that is probably like, hang on a minute. It's not a nice thing to say. You've had enough. No, but I mean, getting challenged here in the series is another good sign of life regardless. You know, if BDS can make it to the grand finals, which means, you know, G2 now in it, they would get MSI as well with the most points. That would be insane. So, yeah, again, an insane way to end the series. Thank you for being part of it as well. Thank you for being part of my split as well.
Great.
We're going to throw to an interview on stage with Caps and Mickey X to round us out.
Thank you so much, guys. Not any Caps and Mickey interview, because I'm such a huge fan of what you do on the Rift, but off the Rift as well. And I've been meaning to ask you how you do all these Caps recaps with Caps. So let's do one live, if you want. Asking questions to Mickey.
Let's go for it.
All right.
So welcome, everyone. This is Caps Recaps, of course, with Caps and Mickey. And we're standing here today, finalists now of the LEC Spring, taking down BDS 3-1. How do you feel about the last game?
I have my own microphone, thank you.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, that last game was definitely intense, and also like the whole series, they were getting a lot of Barons, but we were just like holding on, praying to outscale, and at the end we outscaled 3 games, so that was great.
And Yike stole the Baron, and we just won the game on the spot, so that's of course very important. It was also some lane swaps coming in this game, these games, so that's something that hasn't been seen for a while. Where does the inspiration come from?
I guess they swapped in LPL one game.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, it's just like a good strategy. With all the up-and-coming talents, new young players coming in the LEC, we're a bit more older, so we know back in the days how lane swaps work. Maybe they were a little bit dizzy, because a lot of the games were lane swapped, we got good advantages from it, and we avoided lane. So yeah, it was pretty nice.
Teaching the kids how to do it. Though I have a question on swap lane. Why is it back? Because we saw NIP doing it this morning. I had a hint that you come up with this as well today. Are we going to see more swap lane, and why do you think it's that strong, Caps?
Well, I mean, they did look pretty strong.
Yeah.
The 3 games we swapped, we won. The one we didn't, we lost. so it looks like a strong strategy. Not sure what happened that game, but I think aside from that, it's definitely like strong if you know how to execute it, you know.
All right.
And it's sure we're gonna see other people try it out. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week.
Exciting. About Aurelion Sol, you were the first player in the major region to get a pentakill with this champion. Are you OP, or is Aurelion Sol a bit too OP as well? It's the year of Dragon, after all, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, Aersol is very strong right now, and especially when we get to the super late game, because these games just went very, very late. So then it's fun when you can just fly the whole map, your E is the whole screen. It's a lot of fun.
Enjoyable. Do you have any last questions, Caps, maybe?
How do you think we'll do at MSI?
Okay, we're going to send it over to PGL. We have 1 week to get ready. We'll see if G2 can come up with good answers at MSI. Shocks, over to you in PGL. Thank you, guys.
What is that? What the hell happened? Not again.
Good morning, sunshine.
No!
Good morning. How are you?
Oh my god.
BDS G2.
And Red Bull from the Red Bull team.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, that's amazing. Thanks, guys.
No problem.
No problem.
Oh, yeah, you can take my spot here.
Thank you.
BB, you can have a pillow of this luxury PGL. It's new version. Here you go, guys. I'll sit over here.
They didn't see, so they didn't actually know what they were doing, but...
You looked fun.
Yeah, it looked fun. Was the game fun? Was the match fun?
I think it was really fun. We kind of spiced it up with some lane swaps, so I hope people enjoyed it.
So you are probably too young, like you begun after the lane swaps. Were you still there? Were you already there when we did
When I started, the lane swaps just ended.
Okay.
But we have a great staff who know exactly what is happening. And I think Caps was also in the lane swap meta.
Mm-hmm. Do you actually seriously think that that might have been a factor for BDS? Because obviously, like Sheo started in 2021, Shakares reminded me that if you've never played against it and you don't know it's coming, that is giga confusing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was also our thought process. If you play against Zoomers, they will not know about the lane swap. I do think BDS knows about the lane swap because they did it first with the Sion.
Right.
Just a different version. But I think we pulled it off quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, you guys saw that they were just ready, waiting for us, and we just got killed. So it was a bit sad. But
we were actually wondering, had you scrimped BDS with the same strategy in the past, since they're so ready for you on that invade, or?
No, we have not.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Oh, so who's been telling them?
I have to say,
good question.
It was quite obvious because we picked the Sion, right? Blind.
Yeah.
It's not as common nowadays, and they did play it before, so they were probably their alarm bells were ringing.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a good point that you say that they actually did similar things, right, with Adam. But there's a difference between, I think, doing that kind of just in that context and then all the added layers that you had as this best of 5 went on, I think, and all the decisions that you have to make as the game goes on. Because there's a good example in Game 2, I think, where you wanted to make sure that the Lucian was not getting to a point of power, but he still did, and he destroyed you guys. So you also don't have it down.
Well, in the game 2, we didn't lane swap.
That's true, actually.
So
you should have.
We should have. Maybe we should have. Maybe that was
That's the only game we lost, didn't we?
That's the only game we lost.
Yes.
So I guess you can say G2 can only win by lane swapping.
By lane swapping.
I mean, close effort as well by BDS. You know, just thinking back to these games as well, the fact that they had to adapt to this on the fly, I actually think they did a decent job, especially going into the game 4, in terms of making sure that their own AD carry was still relevant, making sure that Adam could still play the game to some degree. Looking at the gold, they're still down, right? But throughout all of it, it's so rough to play into, and BDS finally, when they showed a bit stronger prowess into G2, I mean, G2 just elevates themselves.
This last game, by the way, we need to talk about this because we definitely thought it was going to Silver Scrapes, but it didn't. Yike, did you?
Maybe during like one point of the game, I saw I was like 50 CS down in jungle. I was like 2 levels down. I felt a bit useless, but I feel like I think we're just very smart. I think Caps makes good calls, very good calls on where to go on the sides. BB as well, and I think we're very creative.
Yeah, Kia Player of the Series is Caps for those calls, I guess. That works out. But when you look at it overall, do you feel like BDS, are they getting harder to play against?
I think they are playing better, yeah. I think they're harder. Last time we 3-0'd them, this time we 3-1. So
yeah.
They're improving. I think they're all individually good players, and yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, definitely if they can take a game from us, we have to respect them. And I think they consistently have been reaching at least like top 4-ish.
Yeah.
So they definitely are an organization that we have to respect. We keep winning, but I think they never give up. You know, we always go into the series, and I always feel like they give 100%, 110%, and we need to stay on our A game, or they can take games from us, right?
Yeah, they have that clutch factor for sure. Why are you shaking your head so much?
No, sorry. Am I shaking my head a lot?
Yeah, he was talking about, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
No, I think I was just thinking throughout like the entire premise of the lane swaps that we saw today, in terms of what I at least heard on the interview, which was you saw NIP do it, and then you're like, all right, we're just going to do it as well. But that was like 3 days ago. So like, is the G2 preparation really that smooth that someone just goes like, well, look at NIP, and then you just go in perma-hard in terms of how you adapt this to your own gameplay? Like, how much work really went into today's series from knowing lane swap was a thing again to then doing this?
I mean, we in G2, we usually like to do a lot of stuff. And if there's a new strategy, we usually are the ones, like if you just compare also champion picks, like I was the one first with the TF, I was the one with Zach, Rek'Sai, and it's because we put a lot of effort, not only players, but staff. And again, once we saw this lane swap thing, and we were like, oh, we can actually utilize it very well against teams who actually, especially our younger players who will not know how to play against those. And even in the first game, I felt like they were really, really well prepared. And we were having the hardest version we ever played in this lane swap, and we still managed to pull it off. It's a good sign for us, right? And it's because we put a lot of emphasis on making things work, and in scrims, making sure we really just do our best. Mm-hmm. We are not try-harding in scrims anymore. We are do-harding. Because there's
What's the difference?
Because you don't try, you do it.
Okay, I see that. Yeah. Okay.
It's an ongoing thing.
Makes sense, because yesterday Mac was here from Vitality, and he said what we do is we int every scrim so that we're better on stage. That's just not.
Yeah, we're kind of the opposite.
But he's gonna end up on Romain's roundup.
In the list?
Yeah, he's gonna end up on a list.
Probably, yeah.
On which list?
The list of the scrims that he posts every time.
I think Vitality is there.
I mean, if they show up.
Maybe.
Maybe they get an asterisk.
The cancel list?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they get an asterisk for like inting.
No, because I don't want to be sounding cocky, but I think they're on the list. There's two teams on the list right now, but we don't want to share it yet. I want to let Romain have his.
We kind of leaked it by Vitality now. But there's one more team that no one would expect.
Okay. Wait, now we need to guess.
No, you can't.
Are they still in the playoffs?
No.
No, maybe.
But now you said it again.
Yeah, but it's other teams. It's fine.
Wait, who just got knocked out? Is it Heretics?
I'm not gonna say.
Okay.
You're really trying here.
Anyways, so when we got into the last game, though, Broxo was like, "This is so good. Rek'Sai jungle is so OP. This is gonna be so great." Yike, do you know how to play Rek'Sai?
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know how to play Rek'Sai. I don't think I played that bad this game.
No.
I mean, BB is for sure like the better Rek'Sai, I'll say. I'll give it to him.
Again.
Thank you for that.
But yeah, I like the champ too. I played it a lot, back years ago, you know, when it was kind of popular. But it hasn't been popular in a while now. But yeah, I like the champ. I think. Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was really unwarranted, the flame. I think Broxo was just expecting a 1v9 performance. But anyway, you're going to the finals
Got
again.
there in the end with a Baron steal, though. Like, that kind of has some value
true.
as well,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Actually, the value
I play tank for my team.
That's all you need to do.
I do it as well. These last games, slug me in a tank and just lane swap.
Biggest two team players
Fun.
right here.
Let's take a look at the bracket because G2 is making their way to the finals again. I was really hoping it was going to be different in spring. Not that I don't like you guys, I love you guys, but like, you know, it's always the same. But it could still you could still not win spring like last year. Who are you most afraid of?
Ourselves, I would say.
Yeah, we usually lose to ourselves. But I'll say Vitality actually.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your opinion then? Because that did not sound like an agreement.
No, I just thought that was funny. There's no thought process behind it.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to share it.
Do you agree? No. Who do you think will go finals then against you?
Against us?
Yes. Who do you think is going to reach the finals?
Fnatic, Vitality, or BDS?
Yeah, amongst those are your choices.
Okay, if I have to be very honest, I think strength-wise, when each team is playing on the peak, Fnatic is the best.
But they're not peaking at their peak.
But they're not always peaking. That's it.
Okay.
All I'm gonna say, I do think Vitality has a clutch players. I think Carzzy sometimes just pops off. Sometimes he doesn't.
And they have the best top laner in the league.
So what do you think?
We'll see. We need our like all-star rosters thing for that, all-pro. Otherwise, it's not true. Yike, who do you think you're going to face in the final?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of predicted Mad Lions last split when people kind of didn't predict them. I think people predicted more Fnatic or BDS. So that's why I also predicted Vitality this time. I feel like, yeah, they're very clutch, and they have Carzzy, Hylissang, Mac, Pad, the guys who won against us last time. So it would be fun to have a rematch against them and win this time.
That's true, actually.
And they have to be clutch. If they want to make MSI, it's not enough for Vitality to reach finals. They have to win finals.
They have to win. Okay, so Fnatic just has to reach finals, BDS just has to reach finals, but Vitality actually has to win.
Exactly. So they have the toughest road in terms of getting to MSI because BDS and Fnatic, they can go finals. They can lose to G2. They'll still be at MSI. But Vitality, they have to take them down.
Spicy question, maybe. Who do you think would be the best international representative as like the second team to go from Europe? Who would have the most potential?
I would say Fnatic probably. I think they just have the most experience, I would say. And I mean, they are very good when they're at their peak.
I mean, I would have said probably Vitality. Because they have more actually experienced players who went to international tournaments a lot. Like Hylissang, I think Carzzy went a couple times. Photon basically from the strongest region, right?
But that's Noah and Jun as well. Noah and Jun is also from the strongest region.
True, I guess that's a good point.
And Noah has international too.
Yeah.
Good point.
Kimo,
I'm sorry
Noah,
then. I apologize. I take it back.
That's okay.
I agree with Yike then. Fnatic.
Thank you.
Okay. We can talk more about MSI next week. Or not, if you don't win the finals. Then we'll talk to someone else about it. But we'll be back tomorrow in the lower bracket with Fnatic is going up against Team Vitality, fighting against elimination for a chance to play BDS next week in finals weekend. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
He can't nor can broken Broken Blade, decimating smash down. That is first blood. Will help out, but Mickey's one more away. Sheriff flashes over here, trying to help out his jungler as LeBron now dives as well. 4 kills and he able to give us more. As Hunsummer also flashes away, but culling is available. Ice is ready to lock him down. Acroprison there. Stormbreaker turns off the turret. Hunsummer is just dead doo-doo.
I'm holding. Yeah, I'm going to see guys. I'm behind them. I'm behind Lucian.
TP behind us, okay? TP on the left.
Lucian. Nice.
Jax no flash. There is double flash. No flash. Jax no flash. Maybe we can end it, no?
And this guy has been thrown out of the game consistently. Make it another time. They give it to Hunsummer again. Getting towards our next dragon in 2 minutes. Broken Blade with the engage here onto Ice's knife, but LeBron following through. Doesn't have the arrow, but does have the damage. Ice on the turret, though. It's going to get bounced on. Broken Blade doing it himself.
Yeah, undergoes. He flashed, by the way.
Mickey flashes away. Double knockup. LeBron keeps getting baited, Dagda. He keeps getting baited, man.
Come back.
I go.
I stab Zonya. I will look the flash. I kill Rek'Sai. Montage. Left turret. One shot. Next turret. Oh my god.
Nice. Let's go. Oh my god. What a game. G2, much like water still being wet, are still Europe's champions, moving to another grand final.